Hello, it's me, Raquel SSG. Meow meow. And we have more kitty. Meow meow. Everyone's doing good and all that stuff. Alrighty, there we are. Hey, hello. Alrighty. Today we are talking about Wednesday season 2, episode 5 and 6. Um So we're getting to the end of this of the season. Uh, yeah, it's been a long ride. But how was your day, Moira?
Eh, it was all right. I got a little more painting done on the kitchen,
Hmm,
but I really got to buckle down and finish that because this will be forever otherwise.
how's it going? Or how much do you like have? How much do you have left to do?
Ah, Lord, I don't even know how to answer that, but I haven't gotten nearly as much done as I should have.
Hmm.
That much I know.
Right then. My day was pretty. Well, I didn't sleep good last night again,
Oh,
so I'm a little tired. But
what's wrong, little Raquel kitty? What's messing up your sleep?
oh no. Maybe just stuff on my mind. I guess.
Yeah.
Sorry, streamer's little camera's being a little bit wonky tonight.
Oh,
Um, so if I frozen for a minute and or if the camera blips out, it's just being StreamYard being weird. I don't know what's
yeah. I
going
thought I
on.
saw that earlier.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I kind of caught it on the corner of my eye. It looked like it went dark, and I looked at it again. It was coming back on. I was like, "What the?" But I didn't say
I
nothing. 'Cause I thought maybe I was just tripping.
I don't know. I don't know what's going on there, but it looks like it's just a minor glitch, really.
Yeah.
Um, my day was good. I slept in somewhat and you know just took like a kind of like an easy day kind of thing and was getting some stuff done for tonight and that's pretty much it.
Right on.
It um yeah uh, and I like stuff that I need to get done and stuff like that, so
Same.
that's gonna be fun.
I know I've lost all my resolve. I'm trying to get it back. I'm like, we got to do this.
Yep, that's pretty much what I'm like currently fighting through. I need to get my resolve, but I just want to like relax and do nothing.
I
But
know.
like I'm like, nope, I can't.
My dad used to say, "My get up and go has got up and left." I thought that was so
Yeah,
cute. I was like, "Yes."
yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's pretty much like I'm struggling with and stuff. But
We're not feeling properly motivated.
no, not really. But we try to be.
Indeed.
Yeah.
We try to fake it till we make it. Damn it.
Well, not totally fake it,
Well, fake the motivation until we have the motivation.
I guess.
Let's get this party started.
Absolutely. I somehow scratched myself.
Oh, poor kitty. Be careful.
Yeah, I don't know if
Oh.
you can see it,
Oh
but
yeah, yeah. It looks like you might have scratched yourself in your sleep. Sometimes that happens.
yeah. So that just gave myself a scratch on it. I thought it was pumpkin for a minute. I'm like, wait a minute, that's not right because it looked like I did the
Right.
E.
Yeah. Yeah. You probably had like a little itchy spot in your sleep and scratched.
Right. Oh well. Oh well, like heal and stuff.
Yeah, it'll be
It's
fine.
not really that deep.
Yeah. I've seen worse. I've had worse. It'll be all right.
Yep. All right. The show on the road here.
All right.
Where's my share button? Okay, there's my share.
Oh, cute little Bob. She's sleeping on the arm of the couch.
Right on. All right.
And her
We're
makeup's amazingly done for being in the hospital.
right. So, all right. This, yeah, this is episode 5. Hide and woe seek. Yep. Hide and
Your
seek.
mic seems.
Episode 5.
Okay, there you go. You sound better now. You sound like you were cutting out for a second.
Oh, okay. All right. So the episode pretty much opens up with Wednesday in her hospital bed, with her hands crossed on her chest, and
You could not help yourself, could you?
no.
Ah. For those who don't understand, all right. So earlier she was
like Dracula.
It was on my notes that her arms are crossed. I'm like, you're not giving this review to blind people. They'll see it in the scene. And she added it anyway, and that's what we're talking about.
But I have to say, she looks like she's speaking like Dracula.
Well, that's sort of I guess that's the goal.
Right. She's feels like Dracula.
You need to just have like a little storytelling podcast for blind people. You'll just draw up the whole scene. They don't have to see shit.
God. But I do like how her nails are done, though.
Yeah.
Like, I like that. And we do hear her mom, Patricia, in the hospital room. She's like saying that, like, the classic
Macbeth, I think. Is it Macbeth?
No, it's not Macbeth. Like, it sounds like a Halloween, like, Halloween rhyme or something like that. Like, double toil and trouble, fire burn, cauldron, bubble.
I do believe that's Macbeth.
Oh, okay. Okay, okay. It's been some time I read Macbeth in high school. Okay, folks.
I'll give you a look, like. Because there's like witches in Macbeth, and that's their little double toil and trouble shit. And I think her husband comes in and he quotes the wrong thing of Shakespeare.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. I love the fact of, like, I always, like, in my mind, I can think of double and toil and trouble, but I forget the rest of the part, which is like
something cauldron's bubble or something.
Fire burn and cauldron bubble.
Yeah.
Cool it with a baboon's blood. By pricking my thumb, something wicked this way comes.
Yeah, something like that. It's been a long time.
I didn't know. I know the first half of it, but I don't remember the second half.
Right.
Of it. And you're correct. She's reading the book of Macbeth, as you said.
Okay.
And Gomez, the dad, comes in with saying how's the little cadaver and stuff. A little cadaver. And the mom's like saying, I chose Macbeth. Nothing like Macbeth to read to her. Nothing like death, despair, and dismemberment to try sap her out of her coma.
Right.
I'm like, how is that supposed to wake her up?
Well, because that kind of stuff cheers them up.
Weird.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Let's go to the next scene.
Yep. Gomez is like, come on, Denmark will be rotten tomorrow.
Right.
And it's just like, rang tragedy, mon chéri. And Lucy's like still in her hospital bed, comatose.
But yeah, I think that's where the misquote comes from, because when he said there's something, he said Denmark will be rotten tomorrow. I believe that's Hamlet.
So wrong book.
Yeah, and that's where she was like, wrong one.
Yeah, wrong one. So Wednesday wakes up and I can't really get it, but we see a nurse, and she turns around, and it's the late Principal Weems with
Dun dun dun.
I'm like, whoa, man, with bowl and a sponge.
Okay, I think I have seen bits of this. I think maybe.
Yeah, she's like telling Wednesday to rise and shine, sleepyhead,
Right.
and like ready for your sponge bath. And like Wednesday is like, what the hell ring of hell is this?
Right. I freaked out too.
Yeah, and
So now she's awake.
well, yeah, I can't really pinpoint the. Oh well, Lucy's like holding the sponge and stuff like that, like you know, right there, but I can't really show it.
It's okay.
Anywho, she goes into one of the doors, which weirdly goes outside.
Doors do that sometimes.
Yeah.
Oh, it really is going outside. Oh, never mind. You understand.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
like, sometimes doors go outside. Oh shit, that is very much outside.
Yeah,
So
it
this is
leads
where she finds
outside.
out that Principal Weems is going to be her fairy godmother for a little while. I know it's like spiritual guidance, but whatever. But
Yep. Yeah, like
Spirit guide or
believe it or not, the outside has little bits of the principal's office
furniture.
space, you
Yeah.
know, which I found that was kind of cool. And like Wednesday is confused, like
Yeah,
like
so she's there to
why,
explain.
like you know, why she's here, and Weems says that she's Wednesday's new spirit guide.
Yep. And she's
And
like, believe me, I was surprised when they told me I was going to be your spirit guide.
right, Wednesday
yeah.
thought you know, she mentioned that's impossible. A spirit guide must be your relative.
Turns out they're like 8 cousins
turns
once
out,
removed or something.
yeah, it turns out there are 13 cousins twice
13.
removed.
That's close.
And yeah, and Wednesday is like, there must be another option.
She's like, I checked. There wasn't.
No, because her last spirit guide literally gave up her ghost to save Wednesday for the last season because she was literally stabbed by oh, what's his face? I'm forgetting his name now. Help me out here, Warrior.
Oh, is it the Hyde?
No, the last villain from the last season.
Oh, I can't remember who the last villain was. Fuck.
From the, you know, the guy from the wearing pilgrim hat.
They had what? There was what?
Pilgrim.
Oh, yeah, the crazy witch hunter guy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Pilgrim. I'm forgetting his name. Joseph Crackstone. Yes. Yeah. Because Joseph Crackstone literally stabbed her.
Yeah.
And
so these two get reunited and on to the next thing.
Yeah. Weems pretty much said like no one was like, you know, raising their hand up for their assignment.
Ouch.
Like whoopsies. And Weems couldn't pass up the
opportunity to give her shit.
The opportunity, yep, to torment her to torment her behind the grave because it was too delicious to pass up. I like her pajamas though.
Yeah, those are cute.
Very, very fashionable.
All right, let's skip out of this part.
All right. Yeah, she did say she's been busy, lost her psycho ability, which one she thinks she's mastered. It's pretty much just retelling what has occurred. I would say the last 2 episodes and stuff like that. Like lie to Enid, let Tyler Galpin, a homicide, hide out of the high security psychiatric institution, which is real hell, and pretty much blames her. Pretty much tells Wednesday that her Hubius has made her the architect of her own demise, which Wednesday finds this annoying.
Right.
Yeah,
Let's code it in.
and I think she asked if Weems could help her um store her ability. Yeah, she does. Like how, what you don't use restore my ability so you can go our separate ways. Um, and she said that her ability is tied to who she is, and she abused it. And when she's annoyed by this, because she sounds like her mother, and she's done being lectured, and she just leaves. Um, I think this. I don't know what building this is, but um, that's Judy Stonehurst. Um, pretty much saying that that 2 weeks ago the facility suffered a catastrophic power failure thanks to Wednesday and her two friends, and as a result, some of the residents or prisoners escaped. There were several deaths, including uh, director Dr. Rachel Fairburn. Unfortunately, she was like eaten by the freaking zombie. That was disgusting. Um, so with the help of the sheriff's department, they have apprehended most of the fugitives, but not all of them. I wonder if I can get if I can show it. Oh, there he is. So these are the three felons that are still out there: Faster Adams, John Doe, aka Slurp, and Tyler Galpin, the Hyde. And Sheriff Santiago is saying that they're she believes that Professor Adams is long gone. Hard to say with John Doe and Tyler, because especially when Tyler uh, got multiple gunshot wounds. Said they're considered exceedingly dangerous, and you see any of them to contact the sheriff's department immediately. I wonder where Professor Adams snuck off to, though. Okay. Um. During this time, the sheriff sometimes gives us like a text that Wednesday is awake and stuff, and Sheriff Santiago is questioning Judy, um, and her part of all this, and she's just tells the sheriff that it was simply the case of wrong place, wrong time. She snuck in to pay her uncle on entourage visit, and sheriff questions, saying, "You sure she wasn't trying to free them?" Judy said it's hardly credible that an ordinary teenage girl would be capable of circumventing Will's Hill security system. Sheriff Santiago says ordinary is the last word she would use to describe Wednesday Adams. And Judy excused herself, saying that there's, as it, her work is like, never done and stuff. And turn interior director's work, or stuff, I don't know, interior director's work, or something like that. Is ever done as she just walks off. In the woods, We see uh, some kind of person zipping up someone in a bag, and put it in a watery grave, and answers a phone call. Um, and apparently it was Judy who called the guy. Um, and we heard the man on the phone said he had eliminated all the escapees from the lowest lab except patient 1938. And from his perspective, from the patient's picture, it doesn't look like he's going to put up a fight. Um, Judy says that the sheriff is so blind about Lois and she wants to keep it that way, and has emptied her rainy day fund to hire the mark and find the patient 1938. Apparently, she was at the Jericho hospital. But yeah, that's the picture of patient 1938. And there's the Jericho General Hospital. At the hospital, once he's like packing up to leave, and Judy comes in saying, "Leaving so soon." See, she brought some lilies. It's a sign of renewal and fresh starts. I don't like the smell of lilies because they smell so pungent. Um, not really my favorite flower. Missy pretty much tells her, like, the sheriff will be getting an anonymous tip to check out your secret basement lab. And Judy retorts that, says, I'm afraid she'll find are boxes of dusty files. My secrets are dead and buried in places and no one will ever find them. And once they takes it, she like comes to gloat. And Judy is like, who is gloating? You destroyed my father's work. I'm here to make sure that you don't scorch the earth any further. And once he's like, scorched earth is just a warm up. I'm aimed for total incineration. Damn. And Judy's like telling her to keep she tells Must to keep her trigger finger off that little flame floor of that flame floor. Missy, unless you like to tell the sheriff at Santiago how you legally broke into low hell. And Missy's not afraid by this. She says, who's patient 1938? Which Judy's a little bit stunned by. Missy's like, why should you get a fake obituary? Let's make her so special. And Judy just retorts that she doesn't know what she's talking about. And Missy's like, seems all your secrets aren't dead and buried. And she just exits the room. And some nurse gives her a bouquet of flowers. Says Wednesday Adams never delivered dead flowers before. And she opens the card. That's what it says right there. You and Enid end tonight. And Missy's like, who gave you this? And the nurse points to, what do you know it? Tyler Galpin. In a doctor's outfit. And he doesn't really seem to look like very well, like something's bothering him. So Wednesday goes to chase him, but other people are in the way. And you know, Tyler takes off and disappears. Wednesday bumps into the pilgrim lady from the last season. And she's like wearing a little sombrero, a pilgrim hat and stuff, and some Mexican music saying Buenos dias, sickly children. We are spreading the day of the dead joy. Um, and Pilgrim Lady recognizes Wednesday, saying it's you. Um, for the last season, saying I recognize that fudge curdling glare. A pox on thee, and Wednesday just takes off. Um, and the Pilgrim Lady beat keeps like showing around the hospital, saying direct from Pilgrim World, meet our Mayflower Mikaris. And we see Tyler hiding from the other side of the wall, and he doesn't look to be well and appears to be in some discomfort. I don't know exactly why. Another Academy. Um, we see the ruins of a classroom that was burned down. There's Ajax and Bianca talking to Bianca's mother, Gabrielle. And Bianca's like telling her mom to not to worry, that no one's gonna find her here at the school. After the fire last semester, this part of the school is off limits. As long as you're here, you'll be safe from Gideon and Morning Song. And her mother seems really worried and uh, quite uncomfortable. So Ajax like gives Bianca this signal he wants to talk to her and stuff like that, saying so they're walking in a secret tunnel, and Ajax says she googled this Gideon guy. Someone reported seeing him at a hotel in Boston last week. And there's the phone. Gideon Sterling seen in Boston at Pinewood Motel. Ajax is saying that Gideon Sterling is getting closer. And Bianca's like telling him, no, don't tell her mother. She'll freak out even more. Ajax can't believe that Bianca and her mom were involved in this whole Morning Song scandal. And Bianca pretty much tells a little backstory of Morning Song, saying that her mom was one of the first members. Gideon used her siren. Gideon used her mom's siren song to recruit people, and her mom always told her that when it started, you were actually trying to help outcasts. It was real community. Ajax says what changed. Bianca says cults often set up with good intentions. Growing up, Gideon was my hero. Of all the kids, I was his favorite. But his mask slipped, and I realized he was grooming me to take over for my mom. Everything spiraled so quickly. And Ajax is trying to reassure Bianca that as long as no one knows your mom's at Nevernar, Gideon can't touch her or you. And Bianca looks through some kind of peephole behind the portrait and exits the portrait at the classroom. Not the classroom, inside the school. Wednesday is going to her dorm room. She sees Principal Weems. I forget what she says here, but I think. Oh, there it is. So there's Enid. Uh, she didn't think that Wednesday would be back for days. And Wednesday's not really paying attention to her because Principal Weems is there as a ghost. And Wednesday's like asking, "What are you doing here?" Weems says, "To observe in your natural habitat." Enid looks over, but she is there over her shoulder, but there's nothing there. And she thinks Wednesday is talking to her, but actually Wednesday is talking to Principal Weems, but Enid can't see her because she's a ghost. Enid says, "I've lived here for a number. You're probably still sore from your injuries." And Wednesday just brushes this off, saying, "Pain reminds me that I'm still alive." Enid says to Wednesday that her mom said she was staying at the cottage to recuperate. And Wednesday tells her there's no time for that. Tyler is still out there. And it says that Sheriff Santiago says he's either dead in a ditch from a gunshot wound or long gone. And Wednesday tells Enid that Tyler is alive. He's in Jericho, which surprises Enid. And she's like, "You saw him." And Wednesday tells her to pack up and go home. And Enid is like, "Why? Leave? Why?" And Wednesday tells her that Tyler has plans to kill both of them, and she's got to go fix it. And Enid's like, "Fix it. You're the reason he escaped." Which, let's see if I can get it here. Oh, let's see if I can get it here. Let's see here if I can get it. Oh, let's see. I don't think I can get the scene. I'll try. Oh, there it is. Weems says she has a point, and Enid's like telling Wednesday that she's not skilled Taylor, that she already took him down once, and Wednesday is telling Enid that there's not a full moon for another week, that she got lucky last time. And Enid's like, "What do you mean lucky? I still have the scars from that fight." And Wednesday's like to Enid, "Tyler had pinned you against a tree. I was going to rip your throat out until Gapham shot him." I read the police statement. And Enid's like, getting frustrated, saying, then I guess it was lucky I showed up and saved your life. Tyler was going to gut you as well. Remember? And Weems just goes around Wednesday and says she's got you there to tell her the truth about the premonition. And Wednesday tells Weems to stay out of this. And Enid like getting confused and saying who you're talking to. And Wednesday's like, no one. And Enid's like has enough and says, okay, I'm going to blame this conversation on your head trauma. And Wednesday's like trying to assure Enid that she's trying to save her. And Enid's like, I don't need you to save me. Is that why you stuck me on a lookout duty? And well, hell, do you think I'm that helpless? And Wednesday doesn't say anything. And Enid takes her silence that is deafening. Yeah, Enid's goes to head out. And once he asks where you're going, Enid says to be with her pack. You might think you're only capable of one here, but you can't do anything on your own. That's not how the world works, even for Wednesday Addams. And just leaves. And Weems pretty much says, Miss Sinclair for the win. And Wednesday is like fed up with Weems and tells her to stay out of her room and her head. Let's see. Girls are like lighting candles here for the Day of the Dead. That skull portrait looks really nice.
It does. Next scene.
Yep. There's Wednesday. There's Principal Reams. She's curious what her memorial will be placed.
And it's a shit show.
Because she did sacrifice her life for it.
And they've been dicks about it. And she's like, these motherfuckers.
Yeah. What did she said? I think she said, I wasn't expecting anything ostentatious.
Ostentatious.
Okay, I said that wrong. Whoops.
No.
Basically, her portrait during other past principals, bronze bust, a small memorial shine of candles, maybe a little cuddly toy or two. Well, she's gonna be pretty disappointed.
She gets shit talked by this fucking guy who's a shitbag.
Yeah, a t-shirt.
That's what I would have too.
Yeah, there's the Telltale Cafe, and like apparently Principal Barry Doors like, what's the freaking t-shirt thing that shoots out of something? What is it called?
T-shirt cannon?
Yeah, t-shirt cannon. A t-shirt cannon goes right through Weems. And
so she expresses how offended she is by the whole thing, and I don't blame her.
Yeah. Once she's like, there's Principal Barry Dort. Miss Weems never heard of him and wasn't on her approved list.
Oh, well, he had heard of her. I thought he had heard of her because he was like, nope. Oh, her that did this, this, and this?
Nope.
Oh, wait. Oh, she never heard of him, right?
Yeah, Principal Barry Dort, yeah.
Sorry, I thought you were saying that he'd never heard of her.
Yeah, and he's Principal Barry Dort's like, happy El Dia Dia
Something
El
a dia.
de los Muertos is like the Day of the Dead in Spanish. I'm not very good.
Dios, something. Yeah.
Yeah, El Dia de los Muertos.
Yeah.
How do you properly say it in Spanish? I'm not really good with
Yeah,
Spanish.
I'm not either.
Um,
Hey, does it have captions?
it does, but I don't really
Well,
have
let's
them.
see it real quick.
Okay, right there.
All right.
Oi, oh,
Damn
woof,
it. Go back.
woof.
Do the little back 10-second thing, maybe. I don't know.
I'll try. There you go.
All right. All right. Dia is day. D is of or something like of, and the no, I think D is the, and loss is of. I think, but I mean, but their syntax is a little different than ours, so it's not going to be in the same order that we do things. So yeah.
Right.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. Not really good at
I'm better
studying
at like seeing it written
Spanish.
down, but I can't fucking say it. And the only reason why I
Yeah.
know even a little bit is because it's like I know a little bit of Latin and it's connected to Latin.
Right.
But you
Yeah.
guys know more than I do on that.
Yeah.
Little humor there, sorry.
Yeah. It's like anything for a T-shirt when opening and showing his T-shirt that he's wearing. As you can see right here. And he's pretty much like saying, this is our outcast day of remembrance. Following annual tradition at midnight, the remembrance procession will head to Never Cemetery and pay our respects to all those who have gone before us. And it says, don't worry, it won't complete downer because there'll be also food trucks after. And Weems does not look thrilled by this.
I wouldn't either.
Because what she say? He was a carnival baker masquerading as an educator.
Yeah, something like that. And she's more right than she knows.
Yeah. And she goes up to
All right.
Wednesday goes to Principal Barry Dort, saying like the principal's like telling her like it's good to see you.
I think you abandoned your notes.
No, I didn't.
Oh wow! I didn't know your notes were this detailed. All right, next scene. We know the principal leaves is very upset with the new principal. We gotta leave people something to watch.
Yep.
Where does it go from here?
Well, it goes from here that Williams finds out that
Hi, tankers.
Well, once he is well, Principal Barry Doris like, is there anything I can do to help with your recovery? Once he's telling her cancel tonight festivities, Tyler's still out there, and she's telling her that according to Sheriff Santiago, he fled town. And he's telling her the fight is real. Principal Barry Doris appreciates the concern, but thinks that her trauma, because of her trauma, isn't canceling the tonight the festivities of tonight because of several prominent donors. And she retorts that the thing they'll see is a hide ripping from the limb. And first of all, if there's a remote chance that he's still out there, full of outcasts ready to take him on. And he says something really interesting here. Um, that uh, especially Professor Capri. And once he asks what she knows taking about a hide, and she apparently she has a history of them. And tells once that she's not alone, and has more and more question for him. Um, what are you going to do to honor the late Principal Weems? And he's like, honor? I spent months trying to expunge that woman's memory from every student and every donor's mind. She lingers like the smell of rancid brie. Ooh. And she's like, after everything I'd done to burnish this school's reputation, and once he tells her like that's your honest, there's your honest assessment. That's pretty brutal, right there. Um, at the Rotten Woods cottage house in the garden, and you see the two giant Venus flytraps, and they're feeding pieces of meat to it. I don't. Those are monstrous Venus flytraps. Um, Gomez is worried about Pugsley. Says, "I realize your mother and I have been so focused on your sister we haven't been around." And Pugsley is like, isn't like that, and gives the newspaper of uh, you know, Slurp still up on the loose. Uh, and Gomez trying to make Pugsley feel better, saying that Uncle Fester had a chupacabra when he was about Pugsley's age. No matter how much of his drink he gave to drink, it wasn't meant to be a pet. And Pugsley's like saying that it's he raised Slurp from the dead is his responsibility. And does if they find him, they'll put him down for good. I don't. How are you supposed to put down a zombie? I reckon you chop off his head off or something like that. I don't know. And Gomez is like, what about I help track your zombie and make it a fun adventure. And which they both agreed to. And, they take off. In the woods, we see the merc with a firearm walking in the woods with a gun. He heads, and we see the bunker where Tyler is hiding. He has a vision of his dad. In his desk, like saying, like cowering in the sewer all alone. He's like having a conversation with his dad that he's imagining that is there, and saying that he's not real. And the dad's like telling Tyler that thank goodness that his mom can't see him right now. Think all of the hopes and dreams she had for you, her only child, her beloved son. She'll be so disappointed. And Tyler's like telling him not to talk about her. She deserved better than you, which Galpin agrees with. Tyler said, tells his dad, you always looked at me with fear. You knew this would happen. And Galpin tells him, I tried to protect you. And Tyler retorts saying, by crawling into the bottle and ignoring me. And his dad is like saying, you're in a real jam. You killed your master. That's a bold move. And Tyler tells him that he didn't need his master. I don't need anyone. And his dad is telling him to turn himself in, and Tyler's like screaming to leave him alone. Um, and Gelfland's telling him that's the only way out alive. And Tyler is like screaming repeatedly, "Leave me alone! Leave me alone! Leave me alone!" So the merc with the firearm goes into the bunker and stuff, looking around, and sees stuff in the water. And Tyler, before that, he has a scope like in his firearm, and Tyler, in his hide form, picks him up from water behind the merc, catches him off guard, and attacks him, and we hear screams and shooting. And we see Slurp next to a tree looking more human. They know we're at Academy in the classroom. Miss Capri enters the room, and Miss Capri is surprised to see Wednesday on her feet, and says not many people can say they survived a hide attack. And Wednesday's like telling her that she's one of them. Principal Dort told her a pen, naming a bell, because she's like at her desk. Seems your ex-boyfriend was shot dead after attacking you. And Miss Capri is taking quite offense that Wednesday's snooping at her desk. Wednesday says, "You met Alfie at an artist colony in Woodstock. He was at the forefront of something titled Violent Expressionism, otherwise known as splatter art, until his life began to imitate his work. What drove him to try and kill you?" And Miss Capri looks really reluctant to answer. Wednesday tells Miss Capri that Tyler is coming, and she needs to learn everything like she can about hides. Miss Capri tells Wednesday she never knew Alfie's true nature, that they were only happy together. And Wednesday tells her she fell in love with a monster. Miss Capri says his master was in love with him too. She ordered him to kill her. I was lucky it was a full moon, so I was able to fight him off. But Alfie accidentally killed her in the process. It was horrible. Wednesday tells her, "I heard a hide can't survive without a master." Miss Capri says males can't. They go crazy without one. Psychosis, paranoia, and rapid physical decline, ultimately premature death, but the females are stronger than the males, more dominant. Wednesday questions if has a hide ever taken a new master. Miss Capri says, "I met not that I know of. Would be so reckless. Who would be so reckless enough to try?" Wednesday takes off, and Miss Capri says to her, "I strongly recommend you don't entertain the idea." And Wednesday stops and says that, of course, that would be insane. And she walks away. And Wednesday's Miss Capri is trying to get is very concerned, trying to get attention, get Wednesday's attention, but she's already gone. Inside the bunker, we see the end of Mark and stuff. And we hear someone eating something, and we see pictures of this list of targets. I have to mention, when he first went into the bunker, we saw a mannequin, and we see that again. I couldn't really find it. Sorry about that. Um, you see photos here, and there's patient 1938 right there, and the person that's eating the the merc, the dead merc is Slurp, and he's trying to make a noise because he sees the picture of the patient 1938 and stuff. At the Wattenwood's cottage, Wednesday is going over Marilyn Thornell's notes. Weems is saying like she gave her life to the school, and now her entire legacy is being denigrated because she made one bad mistake hiring a normie, Marilyn Thornhill. And Wednesday's getting annoyed, saying she says she doesn't do whining, especially from dead people. And was mentally a bad hire. And that she killed Mrs. Weems. And Weems is like curious of what is she, what Wednesday is up. Speaking of Thornhill, what she's up to, and Wednesday tells her it's not her business. Her mom comes in, Patricia, saying like, "Who is she talking to?" And Wednesday says, "No one." And her mom's questioning, what are you doing with these boxes from the garage? I was going to have Lord burn all of the Thornhill stuff. And Wednesday still like angry about the book of Goody gave her that her mom burned. Says you prefer method of destroying vital information that I need. And her mom's like, we never had a chance to talk since she woke up. And she's like, she's most comfortable with uncomfortable silence. Her mom just like says on the Day of the Dead, we focus so much on those we lost. I want to make sure that those who are still here know how much they mean to me. And Weems is just annoyed with Patricia, saying she is hideously sentimental as she was at 16. And her mom is feeling Weems' presence, saying she senses that her presence here is strange. It's the same feeling I used to have when Melissa Weems walked in the room. Which pleases Weems. What she says is the cloying need to be liked with sickly scent of superiority. Her mom says that Weems was lonely, and Weems is reporting that she was not lonely. She actually had a very boastful life. And Misty retorts, "It died years before you did," which really does not please Weems. As she touches Wednesday's shoulder, that makes the notebook move towards her mother. What her mother's like going through the roses at the time, at the vase at the time. And her mom looks at the book, saying this is organic chemistry formula. If it's in Thornhill's notes, I presume this is about Tyler Galpin, which she's correct by. When she says, I need to prepare in case he comes back. Weems tells her she doesn't believe her, and neither does she. Her mom is telling her, I know your first revenge is unquestionable, but please don't court this monster. Wednesday takes the notebook back and says to her mother she needs to stay out of this. At the field, Enid and Bruno are out in the field, and Enid's having strawberries. Um, and Bruno's telling Enid that she's right. Once they can't take down a hide alone, and that once he's right too, you did get lucky. Enid is annoyed because, she is about this because she's uh, says not exactly the kind of support I was looking for. And Bruno's telling her you're being hunted by an apex predator outside of our lunar circle. Um, Perhaps going home for a few weeks isn't a bad idea. You can't take on Tyler alone. And Enid has a realization here. She takes off. And Enid's like, Bruno's like, well, Enid, where are you going? She goes to the door room and there's Thing saying, oh, thank goodness. Wednesday and I cannot take on Tyler by ourselves. I need your help to reactivate the nightshades. And Thing takes off. Ajax is in the school quad. Thing slips in a envelope in Ajax's backpack, and stuff, and he takes off. Ajax is looking at his phone, and then goes in his bag and sees the envelope, and he opens it, and it says, Nightshades of Society, Iago Tower at 10 p.m. In the woods, Pugsley and his dad are calling and looking for Slurp. And his dad's like telling him, we're being at this for hours. I am not one to admit defeat, but Slurp found better pastures to roam in. Let's go home. And Pugsley looks so disappointed, and stuff. And they go out into the street. The people are going to the Day of the Dead at somewhere. And Gomez is like saying, what about the Silicon crew? She asks someone he asks someone, where are you all headed? And a guy in a pilgrim hat says, Pilgrim World, and gives Gomez a flyer. It says, Pilgrim World, Las Spooky Noches, Mayflower meets Mariachi. Open late all this week. And Pugsley asks is that if they can go there, and his dad tells him not to tell his mother or their mother, his mother. And Pugsley says yes, and they head off. But Slurp is in the woods watching them. And stuff. Oh, and I forgot to mention, there's Lurch with the family car, and there's Slurp watching them from the sidelines. In the wet bunker, we see Deputy Abe Riken and Sheriff Santiago looking at the dead Merc. Deputy Abe Riken says the victim's brain was sucked out right out of his skull, like that driving instructor found dead on Route 8 last month, not to mention Dr. Fairburn and others at Willow Hill. I am not going to show the body because it's disgusting, but he points to the head of the dead Merc, the red pen pointed at the Merc's head and the neck as well, saying, look at these lacerations, find you everything. Do you think Tyler Galpin's working with the zombie? Sheriff Santiago's here, says, the fact that you and I are having a serious conversation about this tells everything you need to know about Jericho. We're only a few miles from Nevermore. I want squad cars sitting on those gates around the clock. My bet that's where Teller is going, which she could be right here. We see a lady somewhere listening to the radio. We hear a dispatcher from the radio saying, all available units proceed to Nevermore Academy. Sheriff believes Tyler Galpin may be en route. Use extreme caution. Suspect is highly dangerous. And it is the same lady from the picture that the Merc had. Patient 1938. Here. A Pilgrim World Lost Spooky Noches. Pugsley and Gomez arrive. And it looks very festive, looks very fun. I wouldn't mind going to a place like that. It looks hella fun. And like Gomez and Pugsley are walking around and stuff like that. And the encounter of the Pilgrim lady from last season. And they're saying, she says, Senores, Allah and welcome. I am Senorita Arlene. Tonight you are not visiting Pilgrim World. We are transporting you back to ye old Mexico. And two ladies give Gomez and Pugsley flowers. And the dad, Gomez, says, I commend you on your ability to appropriate with such panache. Pilgrim Lady Arlene says, Pilgrim World is all about authenticity. Don't forget to visit our haunted hacienda. And Gomez starts speaking in Spanish, which he's saying in English is a question, saying, Miss, can you tell me where I can find the churros? And Pilgrim Lady Arlene doesn't understand what he's saying and stuff, because she's taking off guard and says, and Gomez takes this that she doesn't understand what he's saying, and says, adios vamos. And she just stands there and keeps smiling. But at the same time, we see Slurp in Pilgrim World that lost Spooky Noches. And he bumps into the guy in with a pig mask, which is kind of creepy. At Nevermore Academy, once he's at her desk looking over the Mayor Thornhill's notes, once he is thinking, Thornhill was psychotic, genius, and madness are strange bedfellows. She unlocked Tyler. The question is, can I, before he makes good enough threat to kill Enid tonight? And Wesley calls for Principal Williams that she needs a ripset from her incessant interruptions. But only Agnes appears, saying, "Are you feeling okay?" I read that comas can have a long-lasting effects on the brain function. Lindsay's asking what she's doing here. Agnes says she's locked in the hospital every day. I get hourly. Lindsay says she gets hourly get well cards from her. Agnes says, I want to make sure you knew how worried I was about you. Also may have rebaited your hair and tried your clothes when the nurse weren't looking. It says one more thing. She takes out uh, of the envelope the thing was passing around to for Ajax earlier. Do you know what the Nightshades are up to? And stresses to Wednesday, and Wednesday leaves the note and stuff. At 10 p.m. at Iago Tower, see a hooded figure. And it is Bianca. And there's others, and they're revealed to be Ajax, Bianca, again, and the siren mermaid Kent. And Bianca's like, "Who called for this meeting?" And Enid comes in saying she did, with Bruno behind her. Ajax is like, to Enid, "You know, we're never officially inducted to the Nightshades." Enid retorts, "Because Dort dissolved the society before I could join." Enid says, "You're the one who nominated me, remember?" And Ajax is telling her, let's see if I can get it here. That doesn't give you authority to call a meeting. And Bianca cuts him off and says, "Easy." And Enid is telling everybody, like, that Tyler wants her to be killed. Isn't that enough? Reason enough? And Ajax tells her, "How does she know that?" And then Wednesday comes in. If I can, it says because Tyler told her so. Enid is annoyed with Wednesday, saying, "I'm guessing your little see-through suck-up told you about this rendezvous. I'm not backing down." Wednesday says, "Fine, I think Tyler is making his move tonight at the remembrance procession, but I have a plan." Enid says to kill him. Wednesday says to control him, which has everyone concerned. At I think the the garden classroom where Marilyn Thornhill used to teach. Wednesday's going through Marilyn Thornhill's notes, and the thing is there. Wednesday says she needs the essence of Nightshade, and Professor Olaf keeps it in the apothecary cabinet. And tells Thing to go pick the lock. I'm going to sort these non-lethal components. So Thing goes into the cabinet to find the essence of Nightshade, which can be very dangerous if handled incorrectly. And Weems shows up. And she's telling Wednesday, instead of leaving with Enid and going to hiding, you're now using her as bait to lure to hide. Only one of you gets close enough to jab Tyler with a needle, and that assumes the recipe of Thornhill's brew is correct. Which Wednesday is making. Like you can see right there. Memes is telling Wednesday you can't even master your own ability, and now you want to master a hide. Wednesday's telling
you're getting into too many details.
Oh, I'm hurrying.
Hi, King of Duckies.
Hi, King of Duckies. Leslie's telling him this the only way she can get Tyler back of his cage. Um, Leaves is telling her, we know there isn't any altruistic bone in your body. This is about your pathological need to control everything. Um, and she mostly tells her to Leaves to find some other distant relative to stalk. I don't know if there's any other distant relatives we haven't seen yet. Hi, King of Duckies. Remember me? Yes, I do. Welcome, welcome. Uh, Williams is telling her Thornhill unlocked and controlled Tyler because she was methodical and detached, and tells Wednesday she has feelings for Tyler. And Wednesday tells her she hates Tyler. End of story. And Williams is telling Wednesday that hate is a feeling, along with fear, contempt, concern, and love. All of emotions you think keep you boxed up and stored in your subconscious. But that box is a ticking time bomb. If you don't find a way to diffuse it, you could explode at the most calamitous moment. Even you do succeed, he turned on Thornhill. He will turn on you too, and tells her not to do it. And Missy is just ignoring this, and stuff, and making her probes that she's gonna use on Tyler, which I don't really see going that well. Back at Pilgrim World, Las Spooky Noches at the Haunted Satianta, or Haunted House, there's Slurp. And he's like, I think he heads into the haunted house, and there's just haunted house stuff. It's like really creepy. I don't like it. He bumps into somebody, and he unhinges his jaw to eat him, which scares the living daylights of that guy. There's Pilgrim Lady, what's her name? Angelise, I think. I might be getting that wrong. Pilgrim Lady. I'm getting the name wrong. Arlene. Yes, Arlene. And people are running out of the haunted hacienda and stuff like that. And she's like, what the Johnny Cakes is going on? And she goes in, and she encounters Slurp eating a guy's brain, and she's telling, she thinks Slurp's one of the employees in the haunted house, and she's like telling him, your job is to spook people, not to make them cream their pants. And he turns to her, and she gets a good look at him, and she screams. And in front of Neverwhere Academy's gate, Deputy Riken tells Sheriff Santiago that there are multiple 911 calls from the Pilgrim World. and said there's a zombie on a killing spree. And Sheriff Santiago is telling to get send every car they got and everyone clear out. We see Tyler Galpin, sneaking into Nova Academy. And clearing those spikes on the wall, which is like really painful. Back at Pilgrim World, Gomez and Pugsley are like enjoying the festivities. And they see people running out of the haunted hacienda. And Pugsley thinks it's Slurp. So he heads off to that location, and his dad's telling it it's dangerous. And Pugsley is telling his dad, stay here. I don't want you to get hurt. Slurp's my friend. He'll listen to me. Wait out here. And so Pugsley leaves his dad. Pugsley is about to leave his dad and says he can handle himself, showing his electrical ability, and he heads up into the haunted hacienda. And he's going through the thrills of the haunted house or hacienda, and there's Slurp. Slurp tries to approach Pugsley, but Pugsley electrocutes him. Slurp gets up again. And tells him to stop. Pugsley says he can talk, and you human almost. And then we hear the sheriff outside of the haunted hacienda saying, "This is Sheriff's department. Who's in there? Come out with your hands over your head." And Slurp inside the haunted house. Slurp's telling Pugsley to give him a second chance at life. I don't want to waste it. You're my only friend, Pugsley. Let me go, please. And we hear Sheriff Santiago saying, "This is your final warning." Pugsley comes out of the haunted I can't really show, but he comes out of the haunted hacienda saying, "It's just me, no one's in there." And Sheriff Santiago was telling, "Get the boy and his father out of there. Move out. Sweep inside and establish a perimeter." I'm sorry. So Gomez is waiting for Pugsley to come out, and he sees Slurp, and he's somewhat surprised. But they look at each other for a moment, and he hears the sheriff. Gomez hears the sheriff, looks back, and Slurp is gone. Pugsley comes out saying, "It's just me, no one's in there." Then the sheriff says, "Get the boy and his father out of there. Move out. Sleep inside and establish a perimeter." Pugsley tells his dad that he couldn't find him, which he's lying. And Gomez is telling maybe it's for the best, and they give themselves a hug. Back at at Wottonwood Cottage, we see Morticia with Rose, and is telling Lurch, bring the car around front. She doesn't want to be late for the remembrance procession. And we hear someone say, Morticia. Morticia turns around and it's patient 1938 saying, Morticia, is that you? And Morticia says, Francoise. Francois says, I was on my way to Denver when I saw you in the garden cutting roses in the moonlight. I couldn't believe it after all these years. And Morticia's like, Gomez and I sent you flowers for your funeral. Francois says I was locked away in a world of hell. Francois sees a picture of Wednesday. If I can get the picture. I can't see it. I can get it, but she says anyway. She says, "Is this your girl? This girl? This girl, is she your daughter?" And Patricia says yes. Francois says she's Angel. Hope I given up hope, and she saved me. Patricia says, "I'm gonna call the sheriff and get you some help." Francois says, "No, don't, please. I'm being hunted. You're always so kind to me in school. I could really use your help finding my son." Patricia says, "You mean Tyler?" Francois says he escaped from a while too. I know he's heading for Nevermore. Patricia says, "And that's the case. I know who he's after." We see at Nevermore Academy. You see the Outcast of Remembrance parade. Towers in the crowd in a hood. We see the Night Station Society, High Gate. And we see Principal Barry Dort saying tonight, remember those outcasts who have gone before us. Enid is concerned that Teller is going to be a new shoe. I can't get the scene here, but that's okay. There's Tyler going through the crowd, and Principal Barry Dort saying, "Those whose shadow shadow only loomed large in the hearts of their loved ones. We honor the Cyclops, the Yeti, and the Minotaur, all outcast tribes that no longer walk the earth." He says, "May the memory be a blessing. May their absence be better taste that remind us always to stay vigilant." And Tyler's going through a crowd, singing the top of something on a skull. It gives Wednesday the signal. Wednesday says Tyler's here and stick to the plan. Thing gets Tyler's attention. I'm sorry. I can't think I can get it here, but Wednesday says, "I need Tyler to transform to hide. No improvising." We hear Principal Barry Dort in the background says, "History teaches us that our great enemy is," and then you see theme signaling Tyler pointing towards the gate. And we hear Principal Barry Dort says, "Outcast unity is our strength." And Tyler goes to the direction that thing points him towards. And they're inside a building. Tyler pushes Enid. And Tyler questioning Enid, where is Wednesday? I know you're not alone. And Bianca um uh and the other nightshades show up saying that you're right, she isn't, putting their swords at him, at Tyler, and he's like, swords are cute, they're no match for a hide. And tells Enid, too bad the movement isn't full tonight. But Tyler seems to be very much in pain and discomfort. And Enid is like telling Tyler what's wrong. And Ajax like saying he looks a little rough. And Enid's like, is it because you killed your master? And Tyler is telling him to shut up. And tells him to stop. And he goes into his hide form. And Wednesday's like in the background, approaching Tyler behind him. But Tyler, at the same time, Enid falls to the ground, and Enid is like calling for Wednesday, and Ajax tries to distract Tyler. And Tyler's about to strike Enid, and Enid's like panicking. Wednesday gets Tyler's attention, and it says, "Enough. We both know who you're. I'm who you really want." Kent tells Enid to come over here to hide. Wednesday is like telling Tyler here, what if I lied about my feelings? You were right, I was attracted to you. And she but you do know there's only one way we can truly be together. Say it to your new master. And she's about to stab the syringe at Tyler. But something breaks into the building through a window, and it's a female hide. To surprise of Tyler in his hide form, and the female hide looks over Tyler, help him, and stands over Wednesday about to strike her. So there's Tyler surprised, and the female hide knocks him out of the way, and the female hide is about to strike Wednesday. But Marcia yells, Francoise, we had a deal. And Francoise is hesitant to strike Wednesday, and then she yells at Tyler, and both of the hides leave. There's the female hide, and they're both leaving. And there's Patricia saying, Wednesday, what you were thinking. And Wednesday's telling her mom to get out of control. And her mom's telling her, one more word, I think you gotta do no more. And Wednesday's like, you call that thing Francoise? Her mom's like, yes. Is that Tyler's mother? Yes, you freed her from all hell. Wednesday's like, what deal did you make with her? Her mom says, Francoise gave me her word that she would control Tyler and leave Jericho forever. And Wednesday says, you believe the words of a Hyde? Her mom says, I believe the words of a mother. Back in the dorm, the girls' dorm room, Wednesday's like, I always, in her thought, she always believed to be haunted is the choice. That what we are really haunted by is our past. No matter how hard we try to shake it free, it has us by the teeth. And then we see like Gomez with Matricia, and he tells her Pugsley's zombies Isaac, and Matricia tells Gomez that Francoise is alive too. Missy in her thought, if this past haunts us, the present is a graveyard that requires payment for transgressions. Now Judy is at her house, and she notices her lights don't work. She goes in the kitchen and she sees a candlelight dinner, and then behind her is Slurp saying, "Hello, Judy. Do you remember me?" And Judy seems very scared. I can't really show it, but there it is. There is Tyler Gapham's mom, Francoise, helping and cleaning Tyler's wounds. Are finally reunited. Missy in her thought says Tyler and his mom are finally reunited. Will Francoise keep her word and go quietly into the night, or is she set on a darker purpose? I've kept Enid safe until now, but my investigation is stymied, and I can feel time slipping away like sand through an hourglass. And then we see Enid doing a twirl, but she grasps her chest and it falls down. And we see her claws extending, like growing, and her hand getting furry. Enid hears something at the door, and she transforms and she disappears, actually. And Miss Caprice sees Enid's clothes on the floor. She goes to the window. There's Enid's clothes. She looks up the moon. She's crescent moon. I don't know if I can show it here, but I'll try. She sees Enid in her werewolf form running away, and she looks up to see a crescent moon. And that's episode 5, Hide and Woe, Seek. Smiley face. Please don't take this the wrong way, but I gotta go. That's fine. I love your vids.
Hey.
Keep up the good work. You didn't earn those 1.44 subs for nothing. Hearts. Thank you so much. And stuff. So So it's getting really action packed now, which is
Indeed.
good. Like I thought, werewolves need to have a full moon to transform, not a crescent moon.
Well, well, I think, well, it could just be like a little bit different, or it makes it a little easier, and they could do it when it's necessary.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure that they'll make it fit the plot. Biscuits.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm tired.
Eh.
And my tummy is sad.
Is your stomach bothering you?
Yeah, my tummy feels sad. Sad tummy. Yeah.
Do you need to rest?
Eh,
Nah.
eh.
Eh.
Oh, looks like we had a little bot up there.
Yeah, I see that. That's Twitch for you.
Yeah. Ooh, it's comfy. It's nice and warm in here. Temperatures to rise, it says. Yeah, no shit. It is 71 degrees right now, but it feels a lot hotter in this house. Whew. I'm not used to being hot in December. Woo. Ow, damn it, Dankers. Careful. Apparently he was trying to catch my foot as I was stepping over him, and he hooked his claw into my shoe. So I kind of pulled him and me. I was like, oh. You gotta be so
Oof.
careful, little boy. Holy shit. My phone is wigging out. And my sciatica is Hi there. Hi there, little kitty. Hi, little kitty.
He.
It was socks, I think. I don't know. Sometimes socks and Hopper look the same. Like socks is a little thicker, but Hopper's been eating a lot of food recently, so he's getting to be a little thick boy. So like sometimes it's hard to tell unless you pet their tail or you see their eyes, because one's got like relaxed eyes, the other's got like spazzy crazy eyes. Crazy eyes is Hopper.
Mm-hmm.
So I couldn't see it, just saw the side of the cat, so I just petted it and I couldn't tell which one it was. Let me see. Oh, okay, I got him. I'm confused. All right then. Well, yeah. Well, that was that strange person. I've answered them on the messages. We can get back to that. It is warm in here, though. I'm surprised. Like, it is warm. I won't complain. Oh. Oh, and shower. And the moment we'll be waiting for.
Alrighty.
That's second half of this.
Yep. Last half. Wednesday. Yeah. Episode 6. Woe Thyself. Woe Thyself, episode 6. Let's see. So, my mouse. Where's my go? What? No. Ah!
What'd you do? Would you run out of battery power for it?
No.
Okay.
My mouse went all funky on me.
Oh, I hate when that happens.
So,
all right, let's speed through it. All right. And
All
suddenly
right.
Wednesday with a dash of color.
Yeah.
But wait till you find out there ain't Benadryl for this one.
Oh, yeah. So she's like rocking to the music and stuff like that, and the
And
red.
everybody's watching this and they're like, what the hell is happening?
Yeah. What happened to
What did the Freaky
the
Friday is
stone
this?
face stoic Wednesday? What's going on here?
Holy Freaky Friday, let's find out.
Yeah, she's like wearing colorful clothes and stuff like that, and
It's
dancing to
making me
music.
uncomfortable even.
And then she goes outside into the quad, like
Like a
very
freaking cheerleader.
of like a like a freaking cheerleader, and people were the students were like, "What the hey? What's going on here?"
And she was actually so extra. Like, oh my god.
Very extra, very abnormal for Wednesday.
The
She gives this girl right here a hug, and she's like, "What the hell?"
girl's probably like, oh my god, she just put a curse on me? What just happened?
Yeah. And she's like underneath the wardrobe staff. She's like, hey, it's me. Look at me. Like I'm dancing. I'm bopping to the beat
I'm
here.
not gonna lie, when I first saw it, I thought it was a dream sequence.
I didn't know what it was at
I was
first.
like, I figured it, like Wednesday was gonna wake up screaming from a nightmare. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
what I thought was about to happen.
Yeah, she's like smiling, having her arms up in the air and stuff like that. I'm like, what's going on here? And we hear Enid saying, admit it, this is the Wednesday Addams you didn't know you needed.
That should have been our first clue.
Yeah, that she could be right about that, but do you really need that though? Man. But she looks nice, I guess. My mouse is going all funky on me. Okay. 16 hours and 36 minutes earlier. Wesley's in the principal's office of her parents and her friend Enid. And Wesley's warned them that Tyler was coming. I told you to cancel the remembrance procession. And apparently, if I can get it right, the Sheriff Santiago and Principal Barry Dort is there, and Principal Barry is like, Tina, what's your part in all this? Um, if I can get it. Oh, this is the best I can do here. Enid says she lured Tyler away from the ceremony. Once they had a plan to control him, it did not go well. Obviously. Lindsay said her plan was unfolding with precision of a Switch watch.
A what?
Switch watch. Swiss watch?
Swiss watch.
Swiss watch.
The Swiss are known for making very good watches in Switzerland.
Yeah, very expensive watches.
Right.
Right.
I think Omega brand of watches from there.
Mm-hmm. Lindsay says her plan was unfolding with precision of a Swiss watch, and Enid retorts until that second Hyde showed up and smashed the watch.
Yeah, nobody expected
that. Principal Barry Dort's like, this 2 Hydes, you're dismissed. To Enid. And the Sheriff Santiago was like wondering, was the second monster, who's that? The hell is that? And Wednesday says Francoise Galpin, Tyler's mother. Sheriff's confused because she thought that Francoise had been dead for 15 years, and was at her funeral. Wednesday is like pretty much like updating them what she knows, saying Augustus Stonehurst faked Francois' death, that he was experimenting on her and others in the basement of Willow Hill, his daughter Judy never wanted you to find out, which is true. Um, apparently, she is sheriff called apparently for what the sheriff says. Santiago says that Judy's reporting missing. Well, call it be shocked because, ooh, excuse me. Because we saw Slurp with Judy at the last episode. Of course, he was kind enough to have the set up a moonlight dinner at candlelight. How nice of him before uh when taking off with her who knows where. And the sheriff is confused of why she's only hearing about this now. And Morticia says Francois and Tyler are gone with no plans to return to Jericho. That Francois gave her a word and she believes her. And Principal Barry Dort sounds satisfied about this. Sounds like our problem solved itself. And Sheriff Santiago is not happy, saying she should arrest Wednesday and her mom right there for aiding and abetting a murderer. And the mom makes no apologies for her actions. Wednesday pretty much tells the sheriff that she ordered her deputies to abandon the schools so they could save the normies at Pilgrim World. Well, they had no choice because, Slurp was running amok on over there. That's just my 2 cents. Gomez says leaving outcasts to defend themselves. How do you think the press will take that, Sheriff? Principal Barry Dort says, luckily no one got hurt, but in the absence of caution, I am mandating a school-wide curfew. Our gala is around the corner, so and stuff. So we just don't all take a wind. And Sheriff Santiago is not pleased, saying, wherever is the murder and mayhem, always find at Adams. And of course, Patricia's says with corpse bells on. What, corpse bells on the casket?
Is that maybe a corpse bell is something that they used to worry about burying people alive, and there'd be like a little bell inside.
Oh yeah, back in the olden days.
Yeah.
Because mistakes do happen and stuff like that. So they put the bell
between a coma and a dead person.
Yeah, so they put the bell in the coffin for any
that might be what they're talking about, a corpse bell. That could be it.
Yeah, okay, this person's just in a coma. It's not really dead. There's a bell they can ring inside the coffin.
Although, sometimes it takes a while to back that up. So, sometimes they end up suffocating anyway.
Damn.
Yeah, that's why it's important to have a wake for a day or two.
Good. For what, at least 24 hours?
Hey, maybe longer. I don't know. I mean, it could be the stuff, the running out of air that makes them kind of pulls them out of it. I do not know.
Anywho, next scene. At what's this room? It looks like the
science room.
The garden room. Used to be Marilyn Thornhill's room.
Oh, okay.
Classroom. We just it's like saying, bravo, Miss Adams, you managed to release not 1 but 2 hides from the asylum. That's pretty much I don't know, some kind of achievement. I don't know what you call it. And Wednesday says, I was hoping Day of the Dead was over, you would sashay back in the afterlife. Wednesday says she should sashay ever. Anyway. Wednesday asks Weems if the goblins are still in Jericho. Um, and Weems takes this, you know, persnickety, I guess, saying I'm now adding Bloodhound to my resume. And when she's like telling her, "You're my spirit guide, how about some actual guidance?" Williams tells her, "I can tell you your vision hasn't changed. Ina still dies, and you are still responsible." And Wednesday is like, now really, I guess, getting really worried. And she asks, "What do I need to do?" Um, and Williams is just like, it's like finally some positive engagement. I guess well, let's just say talking to Wednesday is not an easy picnic. Um, and she tells Wednesday, "Your psychic ability isn't just inherited. It's intricately tied to your familial bonds. The escalating unsolved tension with your mother is disrupting your power." And Wednesday finds that that's absurd. Um, if Animus family lineage is Weaves tells her the Animus family lineage has always drawn the strength from the unity of its members. Like it or not, you are a part of that spiritual heritage. But that strength demands emotional clarity. That's interesting. So because the tension of Wednesday and her mom, that's why Wednesday's psychical ability isn't working. You would think it would also affect Matricia's ability because she sensed um uh Weems that Weems was there. Where do you think so, Amora? Oh well, let's just say I think Moira would say maybe. I think um and she says, "I don't need to deal with emotions, and I definitely don't need to cater to my mother's Maldron need to insert herself into my life." Williams says, "Your lack of empathy makes you a weak link spiritually speaking." Wednesday thinks she's the only link that matters. Williams tells Wednesday, Tyler, and Francois to leave Tyler's and Francois to authorities. Focus on fixing the relationship with your mother. Um, and then Professor Olaf comes in, asks Wednesday, "Miss Adams, who are you talking to?" Um, and Wednesday turns her attention to Professor Orloff, which is played by the great Christopher Lloyd, by the way. Um, Wednesday asks, "Did you ever teach Francois Galvin?" Um, uh, Professor Orloff says she was France's knight in those days, but science didn't hold her interest, unlike her brother. Um, Francois had a brother, says Francois had a brother. Professor Olaf says Isaac. "He was the most brilliant Da Vinci I ever met. I owe him my life." He designed the life support system for me. Mustay says, "You two must have been close," which Professor Orloff scoffs. Um, he says, "Isaac didn't care about people, but he loved to play God." Wesley says, uh, Da Vinci's loved Augustus Stonehurst. Was Isaac one of his students? Professor Olaf says Stonehurst was his mentor. He built Isaac that secret lab at Iago Tower. There were thick as thieves until the night the lab exploded. Wesley says, "What happened to Isaac?" Professor Orloff says his body was never found. Some say he ran away. Others says others say that he was buried under the skull tree, which once he has a realization here. Professor Orloff says that's an urban legend, but you're welcome to try and dig him up. Which he was unknowingly played Pugsley. In the boys' dorm room, we see Eugene and Pugsley. And Pugsley's like, I'm running a special on the answers for tutor Paul's math quiz. And there's a line of students asking, yep, that guy right there is asking how much. There's a line of students. And Eugene says $5 guaranteed or your money back. And Wednesday is going to the boys' dorm room with Agnes behind her, and she goes in and closes the suitcase of money, and looks at everyone and says, "Store's closed. Everybody out." And Pugsley and Eugene were like, "What the hell?" And Wednesday turns her sights to her poor brother Pugsley here. Says tells him you're zombie. When was the last time you saw him? And Pugsley's hesitant to answer. And Wednesday says to him, my water board is in my closet. And Agnes chimes in and says, right next to her skeletons. And Pugsley's relents and says, I saw him at Pelican World, but Slurp's gone now, for good. Wednesday tells him his name is Isaac Knight. And Pugsley's like, Isaac Knight? And Wednesday's like, how do you know he's gone? And Pugsley's like, I might have let him go. Uh-oh. And Pugsley tells her, don't tell Dad, I kind of lied to him. Wednesday says, what a bold move for somebody who has no poker face. And Pugsley's like, do you think he knows? Wednesday says, dig up everything you can find on Isaac Knight. Agnes takes off. Pugsley says he's just trying to live his life now that he got a second chance. And Wednesday is like dumbfounded with her brother, saying your heart is soft as your skull. Can your pea brain remember anything else? She's not really nice to her brother.
I know. Really. They really made the character of Wednesday to be a real kind of a bitch to everybody. There's a difference between being kind of sullen and emo and being just nasty and mean to your friends.
Yeah.
And they're making her worse. Like, she started out kind of being a bitch and they've kind of like amped it up a little bit. But they have her do nice things here and there to soften it up.
Right. And Pugsley hands a picture saying that he slurp dropped this as patient of 1938. And was his saying that he's looking for a sister, which is Tyler Geppen's mother.
Right. Jump.
Next scene, there's...
No, not next scene. Next situation.
What?
I'm trying to get you to move on to the next situation.
Oh.
You're slipping into the whole doing it scene by scene. I'm trying to veer you away.
Wait, what is it?
I know, resist the urge.
Okay. There's Tyler Galplin and his mother. And Tyler just woken up. And stuff. Asking him he slept well. Saying that she's really here. And stuff. Um, there it looks like to be a sunk underground bunker.
Yeah.
Um, and Francois says that his father built this place after you were born. He wanted it someplace close to keep you safe in case of what.
Hide stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. And Tyra's like, I remember your funeral like it was yesterday. And she tells him that Dr. Stormhurst lied to your father, to everybody. Um, and well, here's an important part right here. He's about to get up from bed, but he realizes that she chained him to his bed. Or, well, that's kind of drastic. Um, and stuff. And Tyra's like, you don't trust me. And his mom say, you released your high last night. That's something you just don't recover from overnight. It's because you didn't have a master. And Tyler asks if she's his master now. Well, she says, yeah. Um, and she says, you want some pancakes. They're always your favorite. And Tyler tells her she's not a kid anymore, and and stop trying to playsate me. And she slaps him on the cheek and tells him, never raise your voice to me again. And says now she's gonna make some pancakes for him. Sweetie. Dorm's Neverwood Academy in the girls' dorm room. Enid's like looking at her claws. Bruno comes in, asking if she's okay. She is sure she's okay, but she just didn't really sleep very much. Bruno says he didn't just face off of a hide. You did just face off with a hide. I'm sorry, I read that wrong. And Enid says, yeah. Bruno gets a call. Enid thinks it's his mom again, that she's been calling a lot recently. Bruno says, family drama, call her later. Enid tells him he can talk to me about that stuff. And Bruno says, some things words can't fix. This is true. And they kiss. Miss Capri comes in. And Miss Capri tells them, I'm sure Enid's lips are fine. And says, boys aren't allowed in the girls' dorm room solo. Now, Miss Capri asks Enid what happened last night. Enid says, I know I should have told somebody about the hide. Miss Capri says, no, not that. What happened after the music room? And Enid doesn't know what she's talking about. Miss Capri says, Enid, you transformed into a werewolf without a full moon. I saw you. It says, it's okay. It means you could be an alpha. So Enid's an alpha, a werewolf. And Enid's like, what, me? Miss Capri's like saying, we don't know, but look at the facts. You're a late bloomer. First time you wolfed out was under a blood moon. Correct? Those are all classic signs of a potential alpha. They're the strongest of your kind, very rare. If you are one, we have to manage it. And Enid's like, don't alphas and normally end up alone. And she's like really very upset. Miss Capri says, gets a phone call, says, sorry, 1 minute, it's Principal Dort. um, saying implementing a new curfew. After dinners, everyone's confined to their rooms. Anyone fails to comply, barred from the gala. And says, "Don't worry. There's a lot of misinformation about out there about alphas being lone wolves, but as long as we get this under control, there's nothing to worry about." Um, but Enid doesn't really seemed um that convinced. She is worried. Um, we're at Grandma Hester's front place, and she's like shooting clay pigeons with with her butler Varicose pushing the button on the table right there. Um, and Grandma Hester prompt says to us, say, "What brings you all this way on such a dreadful day? And it's sunny outside." Wednesday tells her she needs help restoring my psychic ability. Grandma says, "Last time I intervened, your mother burned that spell book." Wednesday says, "But you're a raven. You must know another way." Grandma says, "Every now and then I crank up my psychic ability so I can spy on old enemies. Just a few flashes of their suffering usually brightens my mood." Yikes. Um, Grandma's like, "Is that what your mother told you? Doves can be so emotional, always living in the past and walling in their feelings. I made that choice to leave all that behind. Women like us can't be burdened by family. We forge our own path, dig our own grave." And Wednesday hands her a picture saying, "This is one of the hides accidentally released at Roll of Hell. I need to find her." And Grandma says, "Ever come across someone named Rosaline Rotwood?" Um, Professor Rotwood was a legendary raven. She taught runes and ancient cryptology during my time at Nevermore. I was amateur tomb reader, so I took class took to the class like a leech to blood. In fact, your parents are slumming in her old cottage. She used to hold secret surveys in her seance chamber. She may have served steak sherry. No, that's not right. Hold on a minute. I get my notes mixed up.
Son of a biscuit.
What?
You got your notes mixed up. I said, son of a biscuit.
I'm just double checking here because that doesn't sound right.
I tell you, gotta watch out for ChatGPT.
That wasn't ChatGPT though. That was my own notes.
Oh, whoops.
Yep.
So you went off script and then went. You were supposed to be doing the short notes.
It's the freaking autocorrect. That's what it was.
I knew it. Because I told you were going scene by scene, and then you snuck over back to your notes instead of the chat ones. Bad, Raquel Kid. Bad.
I'm going through it.
One frame at a time.
One frame at a time. Oh, okay. I thought it was weird. Okay, not steak, stale. She may have served stale cherry, but her secret sight was extraordinary. Why did it say steak though?
I don't know. Maybe you were hungry when you wrote that. I don't know.
It could be right.
Biscuits.
Whoops. Stale, not steak. I am hungry for steak though.
Stay.
Steak. Uh. And Wednesday is confused. What does this have to do with my situation? Grandma says Rot was buried in the No More graveyard next to her cottage. So wait, the graveyard's next to her cottage. Isn't that really creepy? Quiet neighbors, though, I should say. Freaking creepy, though. Grandma says her headstone is imbued with her dark energy. If a raven recites the inscription etched underneath, you'll be granted temporary sight. And Wednesday thanks her. Before she leaves, Grandma says, Grandma Hester Frump says, I'm the last person to offer advice, and you're the last person to accept any, but proceed with caution, my dear. And then Grandma goes back to shooting clay pigeons with her butler, Veracruz, helping her. But she actually does shoot a pigeon accidentally. At the Never Academy girls' dorm, Ina says, "There you are." Lucy says, "Dart turned." No. What the hell is doing it again? Hold on a second. Crab apples. Oh, she said, "Og." Says, "There you are. Og, I had to escape." That's Enid. Okay. 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 I get it. I get it now. Enid's like, where are you charging off to? And Missy's like, to the Neverhard graveyard. And Enid's like, hello, curfew. If you're not back, the tyrant dorm is going to be barred from the gala. You may have tripped out of the orchestra, dropped out of the orchestra. Sorry, not tripped, dropped out of the orchestra. But I've been rehearsing my dance routine for weeks. When she says, I'm not cowering away in the room while Tyler and his mother are out there, I'm going to find him. Enid says, how exactly? When she says, that's on a need-to-know basis. After last night, you don't need to know. She's still salty of Enid ordering her out in the principal's office. Enid's fed up here and says, did it ever occur to you that we're all just trying our best? And Wednesday's like, trying your best means you're planning your own failing and letting me know in advance. So she doesn't accept failure. And is like, in fact, you can't be so arrogant and make so many bad decisions is staggering. And this is like, how am I supposed to know Tyler's mother was still alive? Enid says that's the whole point. Your arsonist, slasher, firefighter complex is right there, black and white. You unleash chaos so you can stomp it out, and then feel superior. Maybe a kernel of truth there. And Wednesday says, you think you're powerful now because you're finally wolfed out? And Ina's like, you have no idea what I'm capable of. And Wednesday retorts saying, now who sounds arrogant? Wednesday says, no, Ina says, have you ever put yourself in someone else's shoes to see how they felt? And Wednesday's like, my shoes are filled with broken glass and razor blades. You bleed out after 2 steps. Probably quoting off from The Little Mermaid. Probably. And Wednesday heads off into the cemetery. And there's skull with Medusa like hair headstone. Creepy. There's Thing going into the dorm room. And Enid's like, Thing's talking to Enid, and Enid's like, Miss Capri is going to house just doing dorm checks. How long until she gets up there? Thing talking. Enid says that's barely enough time to make it to the graveyard and back. Enid stops what she's doing and says, I'm not missing that gala. I was literally dragged Wednesday back by her braids if I have to. Meow. So she fed up. She must really want to go to that gala. She's not gonna let Wednesday's mischievous nature interfere with that. To the graveyard with a raven like headstone on it. Freaking creepy. And once she goes to the headstone, and it's written in Latin, I think. That's Latin, right? Moira? Let me double check here. Oh yeah, it's written in Latin. Yeah. And she reads the inscription words on the headstone. And she says, in the raven's shadow, grant me use of your ephemeral sight. Be warned, should my gaze be broken, a deadly trick I will play. And she puts her hand on the headstone and closes her eyes, and she chants the same sentence in Latin. Her psychic ability takes on hold, and she's transported to the Rottenwood's cottage. And we see Rosaline Rotwood's ghost. And Rosaline Rotwood says, how dare you enter my chamber uninvited? And she goes towards Wednesday. Wednesday says, I'm a raven. Rosaline Rotwood says, one of those wings have been clipped. Wednesday says, my grandmother told me if I read the inscription on your grave, you'll grant me second sight. Rosaline Rotwood unveils herself and says, Hester, so desperate for my approval. But she never had what it took to be a truly great raven. She craved a family so badly she fell head over heels with a huckster. And since none of that sentimentality in you. So she knows Grandma has her frump somehow. Says, no, the crack in your monochrome armor is overbearing arrogance. She's putting her hands on Wednesday's face and says that to her. Says, no, the crack in your monochrome armor is overbearing arrogance. And it says you positively reek of the stuff. Wednesday says, Tyler and Francis Galpin, I need to find them. There's no time to waste, and life hangs in the balance. Rosaline Watwood is played by the actress Lady Gaga. She looks really good. Rosaline says, Watwood says, what are you willing to endure to excavate the truth? Hold your hand over the flame. And your psychic sight will be temporarily renewed. But beware, if you put your palm away from the flame, you will break the raven's gaze. And there will be a price to pay. That doesn't really sound good. So Wednesday puts her hand over the flame and stuff, and then we hear and we see like flashes of Tyler Galpin smiling, and his mother screaming in horror, while a light bulb goes back and forth. At the same time, we hear Enid saying, Wednesday, where are you? Yeah. I'm sorry. We hear Wednesday, where are you? And then we see visions of Tyler Gaplin with a light bulb going back and forth, smiling creepily. And then we see his mother screaming in horror. And then we see Tyler's hide form. Enid, now Wednesday is like still touching the headstone in her psychic ability session, I guess. And she touches, and when Enid comes up to Wednesday and touches her arm, while Wednesday's, I guess, ghost has her palm over the candle flame, pulled back her hand, and we see the Raven's headstone. And Wednesday turns to Enid, and Enid tells Wednesday, we have to go back. We see screaming coming from out of the view of Wednesday's eyeball and Enid's eyeball. And we hear Rosaline Watwood said there will be a price to pay, and both of the girls collapse on the floor. Next scene. Enid sleeping weirdly like Dracula-like fashion with her hands across. She wakes up. She's like looking at herself. She's like, what? And then we hear Wednesday saying, no, 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 shrieking. And Enid looks behind her. Wednesday is like screaming and looking at her hands. And the thing is looking on. Wednesday says Wednesday. I'm just gonna let's see here. Oh no, wait. Um. Hold on a second. Oh no. So both girls approach each other and stuff like that. And Wednesday's like, it's like, what the hell happened to me? Um, and they're like looking at each other and stuff like that. Uh, Enid's like, why am I staring at me? And Wednesday says, because we somehow swapped bodies. So they both switched bodies. So Wednesday's in Enid's body, Enid's in Wednesday's body. Um, so they somehow switched places from bodies. In Wednesday's body, we're at the graveyard, and now we're here, and now it's morning. You see Principal Weems in the background. Wednesday, who is Enid, sees Weems, says, "How the hell did how the hell did that happen?" Weems says, "You broke the Raven's gaze. Now it's playing a dirty trick." Wednesday, Enid, who is Wednesday, says, "How do we swap back?" When Enid, who is Wednesday, who is Enid, sorry, looks behind her confused. He says, "You always think you're smartest person in the room. I'll let you figure that one out." So they're Wednesday's all on her own. Wednesday / Enid says, "Wednesday, Wednesday, who is Enid, says, obviously it's me, keep up." Okay, whatever you did, you need to. Enid, who is Wednesday, okay, whatever you did, you need to fix it right freaking now. Wednesday, who is Enid, says, "None of this would happen if you left me alone." True. Enid, who is Wednesday, says, "You're seriously blaming me?" Says, "I feel so cold and uncomfortable. It's probably your factory setting." Wednesday, who's Enid, says, "I'm warm and clammy." Enid, who is Wednesday, says, "Werewolves run hot. We're hot-blooded creatures." It says, like, OMG, OMG, OMG. Wednesday / Enid says, "Watching my body contort to your emotional outbursts is making me queasy." Enid / Wednesday says, "Nobody can see us like this, okay? We'll pretend we'll have contagious disease and say we need to be quarantined." Wednesday / Enid is not going to stand for this. But Enid / Wednesday blocks the door, saying, "You're not walking out of the store." Wednesday, who's Enid, says, "I'm going back to Rottweiler's grave." Wednesday / Enid says, "I'm scared." Wednesday / Enid says, "You'll get your body back." Enid/Wednesday says promised. And and things like just in the background looking at all this. That really confused, like. So both girls go to the quad schoolyard thing. It's gonna get really confusing, Moira. So just keep up.
Okay.
So both girls have swapped bodies.
Right. Yeah, that was that Freaky Friday shit we was talking about earlier.
Yeah. Enid Wednesday says what we're gonna do. Yeah. So Wednesday's Enid, and Enid is Wednesday. Okay.
It's weird because both their makeups look almost identical.
Yes.
I think they're trying to give it a sense of interchangeableness on this.
So Enid Wednesday says, "What are we gonna do?" Wednesday, Enid says, "We're gonna tell absolutely no one. This must remain our secret." Enid Wednesday says, "You need to stay away from Bruno, and you must avoid my family at all costs."
I'm trying to figure out if saying Enid on the left and Wednesday on the right.
This is getting confusing.
Right? The real Wednesday. Maybe we'll say the real Wednesday is on the right and the real Enid is on the left.
Yeah, but yeah. The real Wednesday here says what we gotta do. The real Enid's like, on Wednesday, we tell absolutely no one. This will remain our secret. The real Wednesday says you need to stay away from Bruno, and you must avoid my family at all costs, especially my mother. Okay. Well, that's a little less confusing.
Right, next scene.
Yeah. Bianca's telling her to come over here and have a seat. And of course, in real Enid fashion, and Wednesday says coming gaze while smiling. And Wednesday just looking at her like, really? And he is just being eaten, and Wednesday's skin, everyone's just weirded out and stuff. Complimenting people.
Right. They should know something's wrong.
Yeah. Say yeah, your braids are fire. The shoes are the vibe.
Right. They should know immediately. So much for being nonchalant about it.
Yeah, something Wednesday the real
got nice.
The real actual Wednesday would not say.
Right.
Yeah, your braids are fire, Elise, and those shoes are our vibe, Sophia. And then Agnes comes up. Yep, there's Agnes. And then Eden Wednesday's body says, "Way to go, you little psycho." And Agnes is confused, saying, "I was just delivering and ordering coffee like I always do." Enid says, "You do?" I mean, right, of course. And Agnes gives her the Isaac Knight student file. Says, "Who's Isaac Knight?" Agnes says, "Pugsley Zombie." And she's like, duh, right. I'm clearly suffering from extreme caffeine deprivation." And goes to the Tell Cafe. It says, A rainbow furricino with extra squirt of steak and sauce, please. That doesn't really sound good. Um, says I can't tattoo my order on your forehead. The cook seems reluctant with this because that's not Wednesday's usual, I guess, usual order. And that's when Enid says, I can tattoo my order on your forehead if that would help. Um, Agnes says, I thought he was allergic to color. Enid says in Wednesday, I mean, I just say that to keep the whole tragic loner, gothic girl aesthetic. That's not something what Wednesday would say. I'll catch you later or never. And heads off with the milkshake. She takes a sip of the milkshake. Enid seems pleased. And Agnes is like just in the background looking at this, confused. There's Wednesday and Enid. She's walking in, and Bruno says, puts his hand over her eyes. She flips him over. And it's about to stop and says, whoa, Enid, wait, it's me. Bruno says, you said you loved it when I surprised you. Wednesday says, try it again, I'll treat you to some real pain and suffering. And takes off. And Bruno's like, what? In the school halls, Enid throws her drink away. But she starts to get itchy. And apparently Wednesday's body is really allergic to color. And she's breaking out in hives. Not good. Venus says this is insane. I was actually allergic to color. And Wednesday's mom, Matricia, shows up. I'm saying, Enid says, I can't talk right now. And her mom, the Mrs. Adams, says, oh dear, I haven't seen your skin break out like that since Pugsley colored the inside of your favorite death mask. I have just the remedy. So we're in the girls' bathroom, and Enid's putting skincare thing on. And it looks back to normal. Says, wow, this cream is amazing. What's in it? Beeswax, stinging nettles, and ash. Nettles. Enid says, ash.
Hi, Chris. All right. Mwah. How are you, darling?
Hey! Oh. Chris Knight says this show was fire. Thank you. What up, girls? Nothing much. Just talking about the episode. Stopping by to say hi and leave a like. Have fun. Thank you. DJ Play Nice. Up for live and reload the stream when it ends to leave a comment. Right on. Doing great, ladies. I'm dropping the like and heading to bed. Be safe. You too, Chris. Thanks for coming.
Well, we send you hugs.
Send you hugs. As Adam says, scraped from the bottom of a crematorium furnace.
Wow.
Over your grandma's beauty secrets? What? Oh, that's so disgusting.
That is horrendous.
Oh, yeah. Although it does give your skin that wonderful glow, corpse-like glow. I don't see how. I don't really.
Well, it's mostly for silliness anyway. So don't try to read too hard into that one.
I won't.
Although ashes sometimes can be detoxifying for the skin and take
In
out
what
the dead.
way?
I would have to look it up, but I think it's something to do with the ions and it being like negatively charged or something in the ash, and sometimes it can draw the impurities out of your skin.
Well, that's handy, but really from
I mean,
dead bodies?
well, I wouldn't. Well, it's a show, so obviously going to add some grimness to it. But I mean, I don't know about
Right.
like human ash, but like I think it's like clean wood ash. Like when I say clean, I mean like you didn't use gasoline to start the fire, so it's just pure wood ash. It's good. It's used for cleaning, or it used to be.
Right.
And so, I mean, that's probably where they got the idea for this part.
Right. It says sex mom, and Matricia's like, Mom, that's new.
Uh-oh. Busted.
Because Wednesday says mother, she doesn't say mom.
Yeah.
Dun
dun dun. It usually would not take a mom long to realize something's up.
She's like, Matricia's like, something is different about you today. I can see it in your eyes. And Enid's like, well, I'm trying to reduce my inevitable decay with a touch of enthusiasm. Matricia says, why didn't you take your Umbra mushroom pills? Could have been umbrella, but I might be wrong on that. You run the risk of an allergic reaction if you skip a day. And Ian's like, oh, right. Patricia says, luckily, I stopped by the apothecary and picked up your refill. I don't know what it contains, though.
It's okay. Next scene.
And Eunice says, got it, bye.
That smile should be a giveaway right there. That is way more smile than
okay. Matricia says you're turning over dead leaf. Perhaps you'd like to come over for family dinner at the cottage tonight. Enid declines, says, oh, tonight's not great for me. Matricia says Pugsley's coming over and your father's coming up from the city, and you know how much family dinners pull his heart. Enid says, I would love to come, Mom. I mean, Mother, but I can't. Principal Dort just issued a curfew. Matricia says, well, I already spoken to him, and he'd given you and Pugsley a pass for the night. Isn't that wonderful? Oh, well. Enid tried to escape, but she got hit blind and singered. I say, the bathroom looks really lovely.
It is nice.
Yeah. At the cemetery, Wesley goes to the Rosalind Woods tombstone. Puts her hands on the tombstone and closes her eyes. As if it tries to summon Rosalind Wood, but doesn't work. Memes shown us behind her saying, once again, you have wandered into uncharted territory. Didn't say I warned you.
All right, skip. All right, let's go to the next thing.
Yep.
Since you decided to be a naughty girl and go with your notes instead of the AI notes.
Oh, this one's really short.
None of them are.
I'm doing good. No worries. Wednesday says, fine, how can I undo this? Muse says, I haven't the foggiest. By giving my penchant for meticulous research, I did discover that the two other ravens had the audacity to embark on this foolhardy endeavor before you. Wednesday says, what happened to them? Muse says they were both dead within 24 hours. Yee. He says, "Bravo, Miss Adams. It appears you'll be responsible for Enid's premature death after all, as well as your own."
All right, skip.
So they're gonna die if they don't
You got
undo
10
this
minutes.
spell. I'm doing good, Moira. Come on.
Girl, it's almost at the 3 hour mark.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, that's why you got 10 minutes.
Oh. Oh, Chris says MP, no problem. Hugs. Well, I'll do the best I can. Goblin house, there's Slurp. Look in the mirror. He notices the doghouse. Goes in the dog house, opens the secret. Sees cables or the grass. Opens the secret passage. Why is it going blank all of a sudden?
Oh, they do that sometimes.
Yeah, the doghouse is right next to the tool shed. Sees cable underneath the grass. Opens secret passage and goes underneath the it goes downstairs. He's looking more human, by the way. That's why he's looking inside looking himself at the cracked mirror.
All right.
There's Tyler and his mom. His mom's asking for another pancake. Says it's good. Saying, is it good? Tyler says, yeah. Francois like it. Tyler says, yeah, better than I remember. The door is opening.
She's ready to blast the motherfucker, whoever's coming through the door.
Yeah, she tells Tyler to be quiet. She gets the gun to point to the door.
That is her weird ass brother.
There's weird ass brother.
And there is some Alabama, Kentucky shit going on with this fucking dynamic. I'm saying. You can tell by the way they look at each other. There's some weird banjo playing shit going on.
It's looking more human and stuff like that. And Francis likes to know it can't be as impossible. And Isaac Knight, who's really Isaac Knight, says his sister's name, Francois. Is that where did you get your brother? Francis you died. I held you in my arms. And she's still pointing the firearm at him. And Isaac Knight's trying to calm his sisters down, saying, remember the 4th of July. Dad caught you with the same Norrie kid, Dylan. He slapped you so hard it was louder than the fireworks. That was the first time you transformed into a hide, I guess. Tyler is really surprised and confused. First, I pushed her gun down, saying, I spent my entire life dreaming of this moment, praying that I would see you again. And Francois, there's Tyler all confused and stuff. Francois just introduces Tyler. Sorry. Francois says, Tyler, this is your Uncle Isaac. And Isaac says, hello. And stuff. Tyler says, nice to meet you, and stuff like that. And Francois starts coughing. And Tyler says, what's wrong? Francois says it's our condition, being a hide. I have lived longer than most. Isaac Knight says, I could still help you. It was always my dream to slay the monster inside you. I only need the right equipment, resources. Francois says Dr. Stonehurst stole your diaries and he's built a version of your machine at Willow Hill but he perverted it to give our abilities to normies. His daughter Judy, she's carrying on his research. She's been hunting me. Let's see if I can get it in here. I did show it for a second. Oh. Isaac says Slurp, or aka Slurp, says, well, Judy is retired permanently. So I guess that's a signal that he killed her. If that machine exists, I can save you. Tyler is like, you can't be serious. You want to go back to Willow Hill, the place we all escaped from. Isaac says, yes, I do, but I need to visit an old friend at Nevermore. Back in Nevermore Academy, Wednesday, in Enid form, is playing this cello. It's a cello. Either which. Capri comes in the room and says, Enid, why did you tell me you played? Wednesday is like, I only do it when I need to think. Miss Capri says, you sound like your challenger Enid on Wednesday. Wednesday, who's Enid, says you have no idea. Miss Capri says, we need to talk about your situation. Wednesday says, my situation? Miss Capri says, Zanella is going to change it, and there are added risks for a potential alpha in their first lunar circle. Wednesday says, let's see if alpha, right. Miss Capri says, we better get to the looping cages before sundown just to play it safe. I know you're worried about being a lone wolf, but you need to know what we're dealing with first. And then once they sees a portrait of Rosaline Rotwood at her cottage, she says, this is Rosaline Rotwood. Miss Capri says that's Professor Arloff says she used to teach it in his room back in the day. Musty says, I lived in my mother's cottage. Miss Capri says, what? Musty says, I mean, Miss Adams. In fact, I promised I would drop by for tea this afternoon. I'm already running late. And Miss Capri says, make it quick. And you notice there's a raven right next to her in the portrait right there. Rosaline Wright's portrait. At Watwood Cottage, Enid's Wednesday, who's really Enid, says, Miss Adams, no one's around. She goes into Mrs. Adams' bedroom, looking for a hidden room and a switch. She finds a switch, she opens a hidden room. And it's the same room that Wednesday saw a vision of Rosaline Rotwood earlier. Wednesday goes to the table and sees books and scripts. And she sees the head hooded figure statue. She goes up to it. Actually, wait a minute. When she's looking at the manuscripts, she says, how could my mother read this drivel? If I can get it. It says The Tombstone Tango by Barbara Jean Day. And then Barbara Jean Kisses and Coffins book. And then she goes to the hooded headstone. And this scene creeped me the freak out. You hear like a disembodied voice from the hooded statue said, Wednesday. Now this freaked me out. Yeah, a bone hand from the a bone hand comes out of the statue's sleeve. That really scared me. I wasn't really expecting it. And it's the face of Rosaline Watwood. She's saying to Wednesday, reckless child. Wednesday says, tell me how I can break this curse. Rosaline Watwood says, to claim your own flesh, you must be willing to die in this borrowed skin. You have until dawn to unravel the innermost secrets of the life you stepped into. And then we see Morticia Miss Adams says, Enid Sinclair, what are you doing here snooping around? How dare you? Wednesday says, Miss Adams. And she goes to the table and picks up a book and shows it to her. Did you write all of these? Miss Adams says, it's none of your business. Wednesday says, Enid, Wednesday, who is Enid? It's just when she never mentioned it. Miss Adams says, well, there are many parts of my life I don't share with my daughter, and I like to keep it that way. Did Wednesday put up? Miss Adams says, Wednesday put you up to this, didn't she? Is this another attempt to drain her ability, snooping around Rutwood's mostly seance chamber? You can tell Wednesday we'll discuss this at dinner tonight. You can go now. And Wednesday just takes off. Well, Trisha looks at her book, and we see the creepy hooded statue. Back at the girls' dorm, Enid's pacing back and forth. Says, I barely survived a conversation with Miss Adams. She'll see right through me. You need to come. Thing points to a flyer. Enid says you're going to a support group. It says some of our body parts all welcome. And stuff. Enid picks it up. And reads, some of your body parts will make you feel whole again. And says, I know what it feels like not to feel whole today. It's me. Well, if I have to go, I need to find some Adams intel. And Enid goes through Wednesday's desk. And she picks up the manuscript, and Singh tries to not let her read it. And Enid's like, how can it be? And she starts reading it. Saying, says Evelyn, that's the character who's based off me, right? Enid reads and it says, a trend chasing rainbow loving social media addict whose taste in clothes and music are a heinous assault on culture, despite her lupin abilities. Evelyn is feeble at both body and mind, requiring Viper's pet protection. And Enid's like taken back, saying, is this how Wednesday feels about me? And puts on the manuscript and says, that's it. And she puts the pills in the drawer, slams it shut, and goes to the closet, or her closet, I guess, while things looking on. Enid says, if Wednesday wants a heinous assault, she's about to get one. And here's the early scene we saw earlier. So she's in the red, white, and blue sweater and stuff, and she's, going down the quad stairs, smiling and bouncing up and down, and stuff. And everyone, all the students in Bianca and Ajax were like, "What?" She hugs one of the female students here, which she felt like she was being placed under a curse or something. And she's like, goes up on the wearer statue, waving and smiling and stuff. Oh, right. Before that, yeah, she's going downstairs. She gives that girl a hug. Yeah, Bianca is like, what the hell is going down here? Ajax says, like, looks like Wednesday Addams is finally correct. And then Wednesday, like, goes underneath the werewolf statue, and she's, like, hopping and dancing with putting her hands in the air and stuff. And students are, like, taking pictures and filming her when she's going down quad stairs all smiling. And people are, like, taking pictures of her. And then she starts to break out because Wednesday's body is allergic to color. And Ina says it's worse than last time. She's screaming and collapses on the floor, and we see her face. And people are, like, saying, "Oh," and taking pictures of her and stuff. And Wednesday is right there looking on this all peeved. Oh, Pumpkin, you scared me. Yeah, my kitty. She goes, and we see, she takes off, and we see Bruno, who is talking in weird language, saying that he needs to hang up now, my love, and phone beeps. And behind him is, I thought I turned the captions off, did I? Oh, okay. Is Wednesday. And Bruno says, "Hey, I was just talking to my mom in the Philippines." Wednesday's like, says you and your mother are awfully close. And she speaks in the strange language, which is, "I miss you. I miss our walks along the beach. I miss your sweet sleeps the most of all." Bruno was a little bit concerned and surprised by this. Misty says, "Was that your girlfriend you failed to mention an act of time-honored misogynistic deception?" Bruno says, "How do you know Tagalog?" Misty says, "I picked it up when I was 8 from Datu, my Filipino fencing instructor. He also taught me how to castrate with a bolo knife." Yikes. Bruno says, "I was going to tell you, but it's complicated." Misty says, "Then let me uncomplicate it. Uncomplicate it. We're done." And speaks in Tagalog. "Never talk to me again, you duplicitous Lothario." And then English says, "Was it clear enough for you?" Miss Capri says, "Indian, open cages now. You're late." Um, says to Miss Capri, Wednesday says, Miss Capri, I can't go. It's a matter of life or death. While Bruno's still behind her. Miss Capri says it would be life or death if you don't. Come on. And Enid and Wednesday goes with her while Bruno takes off and we see Agnes appears. Lulu smiles and heads off. In the nurse room, we see Enid. With an empty pill bottle, a call, and looking at her phone, and she's laying with an empty pill bottle and is laying in the bed, laughing, looking at her phone. Of Wednesday, of body's freaking out. And stuff. And she's wearing black. Then Agnes appears, saying, "Why aren't you on Enid's side of the room?" Enid says, "That's none of your business. What do you want?" Agnes says, "Someone who spent hours obsessively studying you. I know something's wrong, terribly wrong." Says your K-pop dance in the link or quad was clearly a cry for help. I'm guessing it's PDD from your coma or even a brain tumor. Wednesday says, not Wednesday, Enid. Sorry, Enid. In Wednesday's body says, "I'm fine, Agnes. There's no need for concern. You know I prefer to zig when others zag." And she's looking at her phone. Agnes says, "When do you get a phone?" Enid says, "It's Enid. She left it behind." Well, yeah, why Enid's smiling in the phone? She and stuff. Agnes says, "No electronics in the Lupin cages." Enid says, "It's probably smart. No one wants their wolfing out pics going viral." Enid says, "Why would she be in the Lupin cages? There's not a full moon." Agnes says Capri sucked her in there right after she broke up with Bruno. Enid is in shock. Agnes says she dumped that dog like yesterday's kitty litter. Enid is like, she broke up with Bruno? Why? Tell me right now, you you creepy little creeper. Which Agnes is taking back from. Agnes says, "Why do you care about her overheated YA werewolf drama? If Enid knew you were trying to keep her from dying, then she might have something to howl about." Enid says, what do you need to keep her from dying?" Agnes says, "Your permission, of course." Enid is taken aback. She says, "Oh, I can't believe she would do this to me." Agnes sits down behind her, right next to her. Agnes says, "I'm starting to think Enid is the problem. Your obsession with saving her has caused you to crack." Enid says, "Oof." Agnes says, "Who can blame you? Living with a clueless boy crazed cliche like Enid Sinclair is enough to put anyone in a straitjacket. Maybe it's time to cut her off." Enid says, you don't know anything about me. You're just a psychophanic loser that I use time to time when it's convenient. Oh. Enid says, "We're not friends. I don't even like you. In fact, I wish you would stay invisible forever." And Agnes is all upset. and she disappears. Mm-mm-mm. Awful.
Jump to the
Yep, I'm right here.
further down, further down.
Well, this is important.
It's all important to you. Every scene, every dialogue. Girl, you're killing me.
We're getting to the end. I'll go through fast.
My tummy.
Do you have Pepto-Bismol or Tums?
I don't do Pepto-Bismol because it's got aluminum in it.
What about Tums?
Tums is the same. It has aluminum.
Have you taken water?
I had some baking soda and water. That does the same thing and it does it fast. Tastes terrible though. But no, it was helping and then it's getting worse again.
Alright. I can get this done in 15 minutes. 15. I almost said 50. I didn't mean 50. I meant 15.
I'd have checked out right there. Like,
no. Okay. We're in Professor Olaf's room. You see a sign that says the same flyer we saw with thing earlier. Some of your parts meeting and now in session are all welcome. Let me see, Doctor Professor Olaf. What do I think? Why am I thinking of Dr. Olaf as professor?
I mean, maybe he's got a doctorate. I don't know.
Agnes comes in. Now this is where it gets really weird.
This is the part that gets weird?
Yeah.
Girl, it's all weird.
There's an arm. There's a hand right there. See that?
Oh wait, what the fuck? Oh
yep.
yeah, it's other body parts. Like
yeah.
And they're having a support group because I guess they need counseling.
Yeah. So
it's no weirder than anything else going on in this show.
I guess so. Professor Orlov says you may have heard Lisa's no longer in our group. She has been united with her torso. Okay. And stuff. And Agnes comes in. There's thing. There's the room set right there. There's the foot right there. There's the leg right there. And yes, that's a pair of eyeballs right there. Creepy. And stuff. Let's see if I can get it. Yeah, right there. Professor Olaf says we all support her decision, but remember we are whole just the way we are. Agnes comes in the room. Agnes says, excuse me. Thing sees her. Agnes says, I'm sorry to interrupt. I know I have not technically a body part, but sign said all are welcome. And stuff. See, oh yes, there's an ear, right? There's a actual ear on the chair too. I forgot about that.
I bet he's a good listener.
Well, yeah, right. Pun. Professor Olaf says, and they are. So please share whatever on your mind. Agnes says, I thought I never more I would be finally seen. Have real friends, but the truth is I feel more invisible than ever. Aww. And she's all crying and stuff. There's the pair of eyeballs. Ugh. Yep, there's the ear and the leg. Professor Arlo says, says, we want you to know that we all see you, Agnes. Make yourself at home. We have another newbie, says, welcome, thing. What would you like to share with the group? Thing is speaking. Professor Olaf says, you don't have any idea where you come from. When you were found by the Addams family, the only clue to your past was a silver goldish ring with a horse symbol on it. Um, you're fortunate to have people who care about you. And Agnes um, looks sad and stuff. Um, Professor Orloff says, "We may never know who we were attached to, but as a whole person, worthy of love and respect." Oh no, sorry. Um, Says you can't see yourself as an appendage, but as a whole person worthy of love and respect, we are more than just the sum of our parts. But sometimes the parts are greater than a whole. That's a nice sentiment. And Agnes is crapping, like crying. Um, at the Woods cottage, Edith's looking at something. Something. I don't know what it is, but she looks disgusted. It's at the Adams family dinner, and there's I know the name. I know the name. Don't remind me. I know the name. Lurch. Yes. Lurch serving food. Everyone looks excited but Enid. I don't know even what that is. Looks like some kind of animal head holding an apple. And it doesn't look like a pig either. Um, Grandma seems excited, says yes. Patricia's like, Lurch, have you outdone yourself? And Gomez, everybody is like in awe with the food, how it smells and stuff like that. Lurch serves her the head of some kind of animal to Enid, and she's like, "Remind me what this again?" Patricia says, "Darling, you don't recognize your favorite family dish." Pugsley says, "Roadkill pot pie." No, no, thank you. Enid says, "Of course. Yum, what's in it?" Gomez the Dead says, "Possum. Little guy ran right in front of us." So she's eating possum. She's eating possum.
That is horrendous.
Yeah.
Girl, I am dying. I start to feel nauseous.
If you have, I'm going to finish up this rest, but if you have to go, that's fine. I don't want to keep you here if you don't really feel well.
Ugh, I feel a little green.
I would drink some water and lay down. And lay down. Are you sure you'd be okay?
I don't usually feel nauseous. I'm a little surprised by this. I'm like, ooh.
Okay, I'll finish up the rest here.
I can like muted, I suppose, so you don't look like you're up here by yourself.
Aw, thank you for staying here, Moira. But yeah, you can. Yeah, if you need to do that, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. I lost my place here. Okay.
Possum.
Possum. Yes, possum. I would not eat that.
You better not go to Louisiana because they created things out of roadkill. Like they have recipes.
No.
Hey, no sense in letting food go to waste. Although I don't think they do it anymore. This is more like during the Depression, I think. But yeah, there'd be some wild stuff to cook down there.
Yeah. Gomez says Lurch backed it up over it twice, tenderized it. Oh yeah. Ugh. Um, Patricia says you also added a little leftover raccoon, which gives that special woodsy flavor you adore. What the heck?
Meow, Ranker Steve.
They eat strange freaking foods. Howdy, Ranker Steve. Mm. Now we're all together. Patricia says, "Well, now we're all here together. It's time for a serious discussion. Your father and I have tried to instill our family values in you children." Gomez says, "But we draw the line on lying." Pugsley says, "I thought you said lying was an important life skill." Uh, um, let's see here. Gomez says, yes, like in business, politics, jury duty, that's a big one. Marcia says, you two have been lying to us, and I'll give you one chance to confess. Wednesday looks concerned. Pugsley says, if I can get it here. I don't think I can. Yeah, right here. Sorry, I'm a little skipping ahead a little bit. And Puxy says, "Is there still a there's still a punishment, right?" Patricia says, "Of course, don't be silly." Puxley says, "I lied to you about Slurp." Puxley says to his dad, "I lied to you about Slurp. I saw him at Pilgrim World. I let him go. I'm really sorry, Pop." So, do I get the rack or the Iron Maiden? Gomez says we'll flip through it. Come on, let's go. Please excuse us. You ladies enjoy dinner. Uh-oh. And then just mother and daughter now. Ashisha says, earlier I caught Enid and Rosaline what was secret seance chamber. Any idea what she was snooping? Enid says, none actually. Ashisha says, I see that bewildered look in your eyes. It's the same look I saw this morning. Is there a no, it's not. Okay, now it makes sense. Your assumption for getting your ability back has finally made you lose your mind. Ina says, what? Patricia says, don't worry, I'll have Lorch make up the guest room. And then this when Enid just breaks her Wednesday character thing. She gets up, says, no, that's not really necessary. And Patricia gasps and says, I sense your presence again. Show yourself. And slams her hand down on the table and says, I demand it. And Enid's just like confused and looks around. I think she said, I skipped a little bit right here. Yeah, I demand it. And then Matricia gasps and sees the person. And we see Weems saying you're still as sufferably bossy as you were in 10th grade. Matricia says, Larissa. Enid is looking around and says, who's Larissa? Matricia says, shh. Enid says, oh, I just remembered. And Matricia says, sit down, and swings her hand to do so. And then Weems says, if I can get it here, I am Wednesday. Weems says, I'm Wednesday's new spirit guide. Matricia says, wait, if you're her spirit guide, why can't she see you? Weems says, at your beloved mother's suggestion, Wednesday attempted to gain temporary second sight at Rosaline Wood's headstone. Matricia says that's why she dispatched Enid to search for answers in Rockwood's seance chamber. Which is correct. Weems says, except that wasn't Enid, it was Wednesday. Matricia says, says, Enid, is that you in there? Which Enid nods. As Patricia says, where's Wednesday? Enid says she's locked up in the looping cages until morning. Weems says it'll be too late. They only have until dawn to set this right. We can't help them, Patricia. They have to save themselves. Enid says, Miss Adams, Patricia says, you must free Wednesday and fix this together before dawn. That is your only chance. And so the time is ticking. And both the girls are in trouble. We see Isaac Knight going through the tunnel here. And we see Professor Olaf. And he turns around and says, oh. Isaac Knight says, I hope I'm not late for my meeting. Professor Olaf stops and turns around, and who says that? It's Isaac Knight. Says, hello, Professor. And Professor Olaf is just in shock. Here. Isaac says, don't you recognize your star student? Professor Olaf says, it can't be Isaac Knight that disappeared 30 years ago. Isaac Knight says, correction, Professor, I died 30 years ago. Never estimate the power of science. Is that what you told me? Professor Olaf says, science has nothing to do with it. You're a perversion of nature. Isaac says the talking head in a jar. And he, Isaac is inching towards the professor, while the professor's reeling back. And stuff. Isaac Knight says, you're only alive because of me. My invention have given you 30 years of borrowed time. And now I've come to collect. And Professor Olaf can't back up any further because he's against the desk. And stuff. And the professor is saying, Isaac, don't. And the wheels are turning frantically and stuff. And Professor Olaf says, no, stop. And it takes out some kind of a ball. It takes out something off from the machine, some kind of some hidden compartment with a ball on it, and it takes out. And Professor Olaf is saying, Isaac. And Professor Arliss is clearly struggling here. And Professor and stuff. Isaac Knight says, "Don't worry, Professor. I won't let such a great mind go to waste." And the professor is really grasping for breath here. And you can see Isaac Knight is opening his mouth to eat the professor. Agnes comes into the classroom and she sees something shocking. I'm not really gonna show this scene because it's really gruesome and stuff. But you hear what's smacking and then crunching in the distance. Agnes goes in the classroom. She sees something that shocks her. She shrieks and disappears, which gets the attention of Isaac, who's broke the jar containing Professor Olaf's head and is eating his head. And there's a lot of blood in the water. And he's looking around because he heard Isaac Knight is looking around because he heard the shriek and stuff like that. And he just walks past Agnes, who was visible, then reappears, and she's like visibly shaken and stuff. Inside the car, there is Francoise and Tyler. Isaac gets in the car. Francoise in the front, Isaac on the side, passenger, and Tyler's in the back. Let's see if I can get it here. Oh yeah, so Isaac shows the mechanical ball and smiles, and Francis picks up the mechanical ball and smiles. And Tyler says, "What's that?" Isaac says that's a power source for a machine at Willow Hill since their whole electrical system was fried. Bert is recovering, which catches the attention everybody of the car. Francois looks at her son and tells Tyler to get out of the car and check around outside. Tyler's checking around. You see the open trunk. Tyler's looking in the open trunk, and I'm not going to show it, but it's right there that we see a dead bloody Judy inside the trunk. Tyler gets in the car, and they drove off. Francis. Before they drove off, Francis is asking. It says okay. Looking at Tyler. Francis says seatbelts, and Francois says Tyler, and Tyler begrudgingly puts his seatbelt on, and they take off. The car moves, and we see a dead Judy in the trunk, and also we see a reappear Agnes in the trunk, who's covering her mouth, and she's visibly shaken. Oh dear, what has she done? At the gate, I guess it's the Lupin cages. Werewolves only. Violators risk injury or death. Keep calm and don't wolf out. Enid goes to the Lupin. Actually, Wednesday, and Enid's body goes into the Lupin cages. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm getting confused. Enid and Wednesday's body goes to the Lupin cages. Then we see Wednesday and Enid's body. And Enid unlocks the door or the gate. Enid says, "Your little creeper told me about your vision of my death. Thanks for the trust. Um, I also know that if we don't switch back by dawn, we're both going to die, and I'm not checking out like this." Points to self or Wednesday's body. Frozen buzzing. It shows it is Agnes that's calling them. Agnes is on speaker. Agnes says, "Wednesday, I know we currently are friends, but I found them." And she's like scared and upset. Agnes says, "I found Tyler Joplin and Isaac Knight. I took a leaf out of your detecting playbook. I'm currently hiding in the trunk along with a very, very dead body." Wednesday says, "At least somebody stayed on task." Enid says, "Are you insane? Get the hell out of there." Agnes says, "It's too late. Sharing my location with you now." Shares the location on her phone. And that's where Agnes is. Enid says, actually, Wednesday says they're headed to Willow Hill. Enid says we need to shift back first. Wednesday says, after we save Agnes and take down the Galpins. So they head off at Willow Hill. In the basement of Willow Hill, the lowest basement. Isaac Knight puts the mechanical ball in the machine, which fires up the machine and stuff like that. Let's see here. Francois is that the on the chair. Isaac Knight says, "To free from this horrible curse." We have to secure you for this procedure. That's what Isaac Knight said. Which Francois says, "Yeah." Taylor says, "You think you're being high as a curse? It's the most free I ever felt." Francois says that so-called freedom comes at a price. Every transformation has a human cost, until it finally steals your life. Isaac says, "I designed this machine to remove outcast abilities. I can take away your mother's hide's side. I can stop her from dying." So they get ready for the procedure. And we see Agnes hiding. And her phone beeps. As a text saying, "Agnes, get out, on our way," from Enid. And stuff. She disappears again because she doesn't want to be seen. And they go out of the Tyler and Isaac get out of the room and stuff. And Francois is smiling at them. Tyler says someone else is here. Isaac says works on getting on every. No, I'm sorry. So Tyler's looking around and reaches out and grabs Agnes. Tyler says, "Little Snoop is Wednesday's friends. What do you want me to do with her?" Isaac says, "Just put her in a cell. I need a snack once I'm done." And she has like goggles on and stuff. Um, and Tyler moves moves Agnes. Wednesday and Enid are at the Willow Hill, and they go to the lowest basement and stuff. Enid says this way. The lab's through the door. They go downstairs to the lowest basement. Tyler is putting shackles on Agnes, while Enid and Wednesday are sneaking. Tyler leaves the cell door, says, "Make yourself at home." Tyler says to Isaac, "We can deal with that Nevermore brat later." Uh, Isaac says, "Ready, Francoise," and Francoise gives her the okay. And they start the machine, which is powering up, and Enid and Wednesday are looking at this. And there's Agnes in the cell. Wednesday goes in the cell door while Tyler and Isaac's attention are elsewhere. And Wednesday tries to free Agnes from her shackles, but they are caught by Tyler. Tyler says, "Look who's showed up." Wednesday says, "Leave her alone." Tyler says, "There's no full moon to save you," and it goes after them. It kicks Tyler away, which sends him flying. Oh yeah, this part. Yeah, he goes flying. Oh, okay. Yeah, he goes in. Oh, okay. Okay. Enid is unshackling Agnes and stuff. Enid says, "Wednesday." Okay. I was getting confused. I'm just getting confused. Okay. So, okay. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm getting a little confused here. So, Wednesday's helping Agnes to unshackle her from her shackles and stuff. Okay. Tyler comes in the room, says, who showed up. When Wednesday hops on him and says, "Don't forget about me." Tyler flips Wednesday and throws her against the wall. And then, actually, sorry, that's Enid as Wednesday. I'm sorry, that's Enid as Wednesday. And then Wednesday as Enid says, "Leave her alone." Tyler says, "There's no full moon to save you," and then Wednesday kicks Tyler away, which has him careen all the way to the floor. I can't really get it, but oh, there it is. Meanwhile, Missy is like panting and goes to the floor. And Agnes is finally unshackled. And it says Wednesday, and Enid's hand starts to transform into a werewolf. And Enid in Wednesday's body is telling Wednesday and her body to calm down, you're going to wolf out. Wednesday says, it's too late, get out. Yeah. And Wednesday is like kind of screaming in discomfort because this is the first time she's transforming into a werewolf in Enid's body. And both Agnes and Enid are backing up, surprised. While the machine is powering up, there's Tyler. Tyler grabs Wednesday and throws her against the wall. Agnes disappears. The machine's almost at top, almost powered up all the way to the top and stuff. Agnes disappears and tampers with the controls. And the power is almost at the top of 2000. And the machine begins to fritz with Francois and Isaac inside. And Tyler goes to Agnes goes to the controls and fixes the levers. And stuff. I can't get it, but right there, Agnes appears right beside Wednesday. It says Wednesday, and Enid wakes up. And then Tyler's about to go towards them, but is stopped when he hears thumping from the cell door. And out comes a werewolf of Wednesday. In Enid's body in werewolf farm. And Wednesday knocks down the door and stuff. Tyler is about to transform to his hide form, but but says Tyler no and stops transforming. Wednesday pins in werewolf form, pins Tyler from a wall. And Isaac and Francois are seeing this. The machine is overloading. As at night, unshackles, unrestrains his sister from the table chair. And get out of the room because it's overloading. Francois helps Tyler get up. I'm sorry. Sorry, a little trouble forward here. So Wednesday has Tyler pinned against the wall. Enid says, Wednesday, we have to go now. Um, and Wednesday looks at Tyler, and Tyler's looking at her, and Wednesday throws Tyler to the ground. He has a scrape on his head. The machine is being overloaded. Isaac unstraps his sister from the chair and stuff. And they leave the room. I'm sorry. I got my house self out of there, ahead of there right now. But yeah. So while Tyler was thrown to the floor, Enid, Wednesday, and Agnes leave, and then the machine's power is being overloaded. Isaac helps his sister Francois out of the constrained chair and stuff. Francois helps get Tyler up. Isaac says, let's go. Francois says, let's go. Gotta get out of here. And they leave while the machine blows up. In the woods, we see human Enid. And Enid is like on the ground. Wednesday, who is Enid, is on the ground and gets up. Enid says, are you okay? Wednesday says, I just asked myself what would Enid do. Agnes says, you guys did swap bodies. I knew something was up. You've been acting really weird all day, and you just called her Wednesday back there, so we're still friends. Enid looks annoyed with this, slightly. Agnes says, well, don't worry, it's okay. It's really hard for me too, but we'll get used to this whole new look together. And stuff. Enid says, no. If I can help it. Agnes, go back to Nevermore. Yeah, right there. Says no. Wednesday says no. If I can help it. Agnes, go back to Nevermore. And both Enid and Enid says, where are we going? And both Enid and Wednesday go back to the Nevermore Cemetery, where Rosaline's headstone with the raven on top is. And they're putting their hands on the headstone. Wednesday says, Enid says, now what? Wednesday says, what would said if we had to unravel the innermost secrets of our lives we stepped into? And they're both looking at each other. And Enid says, fine, I'll go first. You know what I love about being Wednesday? Your fearlessness, except when it comes to your mom. But I get it. Sigh. She sighs, but she can be a lot. You're afraid she'll never accept you for who you truly are. That your darkness is even too much for her to grasp. You will become a disappointment she'll never want to speak of, just like your aunt. I can feel it in your bones. That's why you push her away. But maybe she has more to teach you than you think. And then to Wednesday. Wednesday says, the best thing about Enid is your quiet strength. You've been an alpha. You think being an alpha will mean you will be alone again. I won't let that happen. You need to stop trying so hard for people who don't deserve it. Like Bruno, who mistook your kindness for weakness. It's not. It's your power, which I could barely handle for one night. Which Enid chuckles to. Enid says, I regret ever under, underestimating you. Um, and stuff. And Enid smiles, and the sun is rising and stuff. And they fall down. They get back up. Once he gets back up, so does Enid. Enid says, "Oh my God, Wednesday, we're alive, and I feel so warm and fuzzy." And Wednesday says, "I feel as cold as a cadaver, cadaver. Sorry, it's cadaver." So they're back to their old selves. Enid says, which means I'm me and you. Ah. Missy says, why don't you go back to the door, make a change? I'll be right behind you. And Enid heads off. And once he goes downstairs, goes downstairs a little and sees Weems. Weems says permission of Enid's imminent death is no more. Wednesday says, why is the dour face? Weems says, your actions today have put another life at risk. Another life at risk. Follow me. And the scene turns this into this. And they're looking at a headstone. And we see the headstone. Adams. Meme says, and Adams must die. Meme says, the question is, which one? And that's the end of the episode. That is Wednesday episode 6 and stuff. That's episode 6. Woe thyself. And hello, Outlaw Bill. Thank you so much for being here. And that's it. I thought the 2 episodes were good and stuff like that. I really enjoyed them. I would say the best moments I liked were for one, finding out that Tyler Galpham's mother is still alive. She's a Hyde, for one. It was interesting to see a female Hyde in the series and stuff. I thought that was pretty cool. Also, what happened to Uncle Fester? And where did he go? I would like to know where the heck he'd possibly be. It probably in a safe house or something. And stuff. And it was also interesting seeing Tyler in doctor's clothes in the same hospital where Wednesday was when she was healing and stuff. And we see the Nevermore Academy getting ready for the Day of the Dead with their purple t-shirts that Principal Barry Dort was tossing around with a t-shirt cannon. And Weems thinking she's going to be memorialized when that was really not the case. Um, and then you learn that Judy is hunting for Tyler's mother, who was patient 1938, with hired a Merc, which he himself came to a very grisly end. Um, Also, like it was really interesting to hear that Enid is a potential werewolf alpha and stuff of that sort. Um, and then just and stuff. What disappointed me was hearing Bruno's two-timing Enid. That's not really good and stuff. It's also interesting that Francois and Patricia know each other, uh, which is surprising and stuff. What else from episode 5? Um, Slurp eating someone's brain in the Pilgrim Road Lost Spooky Noches in the haunted hacienda, and Pilgrim Reading Arlene just freaking out over that. And then we see uh, I'm trying to remember something. Yeah, I think my favorite moment from the episode is seeing the female Hyde version of Tyler's mother and stuff. That was pretty. That was pretty cool. For episode 6, seeing Edith and Wednesday's body acting out as usual self, which is weirding out other students and stuff like that, and seeing Wednesday and Enid's body just being her usual self, really, and stuff. The principal Barry Dorp did a curfew for everyone's safety, and stuff. We learned Isaac Knight is really Pugsy's zombie slurp that Gomez and Patricia know of, and that he's Francois's sister, who's also Francois Knight, and her son is Tyler Galpin. And I guess that was the boy Dylan is Mr. Galpin that she got married with. Francois making pancakes for Tyler. Eat it and stuff. Sorry. Wednesday having asking her grandma Hester for help, and while they're shooting clay pigeons. Let's see what else. We learned of Rosalind Rockwood, and they're staying in the Adams family is staying in the same cottage that Rosalind Rockwood used to be, and apparently Grandma Hester Frump and Rosalind Rockwood know each other and stuff. It was good, good and interesting as well. And then Enid and Wednesday swapping bodies because Wednesday wants to see Rosalind Rockwood, and unfortunately, during curfew, if no one's obeying the curfew, they'd be banned from the gala or barred. So Enid goes to Wednesday to bring her back, but interrupts the Raven's gaze from Wednesday, and it's a dirty trick that Rosalind Rockwood said they would pay the price for, like death and stuff. And to undo it is to see through the eyes from the other from the other person's shoes, and stuff. My other favorite moment. Let's see. Francoise and her brother Isaac Knight get reunited. And, again, we learned that Slurp is Isaac Knight and is the brother of Francoise Knight, who's Tyler Galpin's mother. And Dylan is probably the dad, Dylan Galpin. And seeing, that was interesting. Again, seeing Enid as Wednesday acting your usual self, and she learns that Wednesday is actually allergic to color, and stuff like that. And again, we found then Enid, actually Wednesday, and eventually Enid find out that Bruno was two-timing Enid, which is not good. That's episode 6, not episode 5. I'm sorry, that was episode 6, not 5. I'm sorry, that was wrong. I got it wrong. XA on that. No, I don't. No, I think it was episode 5. Yeah, that's episode 5. Never mind. Forget I said that. And then we see all some of your parts, different body parts of having a meeting with Professor Olaf. That was interesting, and Agnes being there after getting into a squabble, and Enid and Wednesday's body saying mean things to her. That was not really nice, and I thought it was a really touching moment of Agnes being in some of our parts meeting, and Professor Olaf saying that she's welcome there and stuff like that. The thing. It was also interesting to see Wednesday and Enid's form transforming into a werewolf and stuff like that. I'm sorry. I'm wrong. So I was right. Yeah, I was correct. Xnay on Bruno cheating on Enid on episode 5. That's really episode 6. I'm getting confused. I'm getting a little tired. So yeah, I was right about that. So never mind. Forget all that. What else? And then Wednesday and Enid going admitting the different view, admitting the different views of each other's lives in their own shoes, and they broke the spell and they're back to the usual selves. which is good. And one thing I didn't like is seeing Isaac Knight approaching his old professor, Professor Olaf, getting, you know, taking the mechanical ball to shutting down his support system and nearly eat his brain. I didn't like that part, and stuff like that. And then, like, again, uh, and then, uh, and then, again, seeing Enid once they go back to the usual selves and stuff like that. But yeah, that's pretty. I think that's pretty much it. Oh, and then last thing, and she has another Misty has another premonition that Enid no longer dies, but Adams now, which you don't know who it is. So that would be interesting to find out for sure. Um, but thank you guys for being here. I really appreciate it. And stuff. Thank you for everyone for being here tonight in the panel, in the chat. Thank you so much. We will be back soon for the last 2 episodes and stuff. I will let you know when that is. And stuff like that. But let me check something real quick. Da-da-da-da. All right. Hello, Lady Miss. Thanks for being here. Take care, everyone. Great show, Raquel. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's it. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you to DJ Play Nice, Ranker Steve, Real Review 3000, King of Duckies, Outlaw Bill, and Lady Mist, and of course my host, Mora Kitty. Thank you guys for being here. We'll catch you soon and have a good evening. Catch you later. Meow. If this is your first time being here, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. You can also follow me on Twitter and Instagram at RaquelSSG2211. Catch you later.